Tim?
Yes.
Huh?
Now just mute your video, your audio. Hit mute in the bottom corner.
You don't.
Hey, two, check, hey. 1, 2, hey.
Should be.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the special meeting of the Cumberland Town Council for April 30th, 2024. For the record, we have six councilors present with Councilor Bradley absent. I'm going to call the meeting together at 6:01 PM. Mr. Chairman.
Council President, if I may.
Yeah.
It looks like we have 5 of us here. So that constitutes a quorum. And we agree on the commencement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ewick is here, so the only one
Yep.
you'll be missing is Miss Townsend. Is that, Miss
Um,
Combs. Just for the record, so they know.
Yeah,
he's not-
Tracy Cook and Paul Sinclair.
Thank you. Townsend was her maiden
And
name.
Tom Chen has yet to arrive here as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, so we got that squared away. So we got both meetings open. I'm gonna go to the next item, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. So could we please stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we're here tonight, obviously, to go over the charter amendments that were proposed by the committee, and I think I speak for the committee just to start, is thank you very much. I happen to, as you know, go to a few of the meetings, so the actual due diligence of work you put into it. So I can't thank you enough, never mind me personally, but I'm sure the residents of the town of what you did. So tonight, we're gonna try to start narrowing this stuff down or focus it more. There's some that we went over, and like I said, it was such good work. And again, I talked to the chairman already of how he did it for us and to spell it out, that we we can do a couple things, as you know. One, we can pass everything. 1, 2, the council can eliminate some. 3, there's a lot of this work to tidying up stuff that we can move to ordinance form and do it another time. And there's even some that are so good, but we don't want to overload the ballot this time, that we could hold off for the next 2 years and move some there. But I think that's going to be, it's an option, but I don't think that's going to be probably one of them. But it's something that, keep in mind if it's something on the council. Yeah, we might be too heavy on this one. We can wait. Oh, I think it's another member.
Tom Chen is arrived. Thank you.
Got that for the record?
Yeah, just,
Tom, just state your name for the clerk so she knows you're here. Okay. So after speaking with the chairman briefly before the meeting, everyone, I think we're gonna go off this to start.
thank you.
I think it's the most condensed way. And we can have a discussion on it. Any questions we had, I'm sure we looked over, and as I said, I did make some notes that we might be able to move to ordinance. And I'll ask the solicitor for her opinion on that. And we'll get right down to it. So did you want to start, Mr. Chairman, with the first item?
Sure. So this is page 4 of the summary of charter changes. The PowerPoint presentation I had done before the council about 6 weeks ago now. And this first area that I think was the impetus for forming the Charter Review Commission was to revise the school committee vacancy and appointment process. Basically, we reviewed this and saw that the town council had a very acceptable manner to do this particular process, and basically mimicked that language and updated it in the school committee section. So it basically follows the same guidelines in terms of timing and et cetera. So to go into more detail on that, we'd have to open up the charter.
Yeah, open up the book. First, I'll go to the members of the council. On this particular item, I know this was one that I and the chairman's right to get this moving, other than some other things as we go forward. And I believe Council Bolio also had the same concern on this. So Is this something that the members of the council are prepared to go forward with it if we move this to mimic? The only thing I can see a little different after I read this is, but I did propose it, that the school committee does get the appointment. One, do we want to give a special election for that appointment? And two, do we want to give inside the 1 year, do we want to give the school committee the appointment rather than the council? It's two things, so.
Mr. President?
Yes,
So on those draft questions, because these are the this is what you're going to be approving, it's the questions.
yeah,
With the resolution. So for each one that you're gonna talk about, I'm gonna try to find
the
the
question,
question. So this question is on page 3. And I haven't numbered them yet because the other thought that you and I spoke about is whether the priority questions might get moved to the top. So you can prioritize which ones you think are the most important, if you think that's appropriate. So again, that question is on page 3 and it's the third full question down. Which I think includes what you had said, that the vacancy eventually would be filled by the school committee if it was less than a year.
Mr. President,
Mr. Shaw.
just a question I'm probably gonna ask it, or we should be asking it through every single one, just so we can like kind of label it. Would this be a question that could be submitted via ordinance?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And just to give you the background on it, as you know, we are now in a 4-year term, so, this may happen a little bit more rather than if it was just a 2. So we just want to be prepared. And although I think we actually did a very good job naming the appointment, I think it probably belongs with the school committee, but I'll open it up to any other of the members. And if it is good the way it is, Madam Solicitor, could we take a thing to approve this, to move it to ballot if the council so chooses tonight? Or would you suggest another way?
I have to look at the agenda. I don't know if you're taking any votes tonight.
It's-
I wasn't expecting it, but I have to present a resolution to you, which I
Right.
think was already on the agenda.
Okay,
Jean, what does the agenda say?
it does say possible vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you can, you can, if you
Okay.
want. You might want to vote on them all together.
Okay, so.
Totally up to you. But I have a check mark next to that. So
Okay,
when we come back, I'm gonna, reorganize these the way you tell me to.
okay,
And you're gonna have more of a concise document that you'll be approving for the ballot.
so with that said, I'll ask does any member of the council have any type of change or amendment that they would like to do to that, or not see it go at all, or wait to another date?
Mr. President, I'm fine with how we fill the vacancy, but I don't like that it's removed from the council.
Okay. So. Would I take not a motion to see if anybody else feels that way?
There's a lot of things you can do.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
I mean,
Counselor Bolio.
I would ask again if we could just have a recap as to why that was changed or why the committee recommended school committee versus town council. And I asked that of the charter review committee.
So I will answer that. I just want to get the page and the wording in front of me here. Just so I can speak to it. Well, what section was that again? 1403, thank you. 1403. So when we talked about this, it really came down to, we saw the issues that existed. And it all came down to the timing and who should do this. And when we discussed it amongst the Charter Review Commission, the sentiment was that the folks who are on the school committee, much like the folks on the town council, probably know of people who have been active and interested and would contribute in a meaningful way to the school committee. And so rather than make it more of a political football potentially as having the people having to lobby, you know, the town councilors, et cetera, to figure out who should be elected to be the replacement. Leave that in the school committee's hands, and they can decide based on their experience with that particular individual or individuals for that. So it was not intended a way to take any authority away per se, but it was really just to put the decision in the hands of the people who they probably do a good decision to make that happen, you know, so.
Thank you.
That's why. I don't know if anybody wants to add to that sentiment, but.
No, that's it.
Yeah, feel free to speak up if you feel I'm not
Yeah.
being accurate there.
Did any persons on the school, excuse me, Counselor, you've been, I'm sorry about that, yeah. Did anybody on the school committee themselves chime in on this or about, having to say one way or the other? Okay,
Mr. President.
yeah, Mr. Shaw.
If I can, if the committee's all set. So I agree with the recommendations on the sole point that, on the town council, you know, we approve of the budget. So solely the funding source for the school committee to do whatever they wish. And I think that if it was in the hands of the school committee to appoint that person into the seat, they could do a better job of vetting and asking questions to those candidates since they pretty much are in those positions and they know exactly what to ask, and make the best decision for the school department. Where for us to have to sort of go through the motions, that's not pretty much our purview while sitting in this chair. So I'll be supporting it as recommended.
Thank you. All right, so, any other council? Yes, Mr. Mativia.
For the solicitor, do you know if this mimics the council, right? You said the appointment for the council,
Say that again.
the greater than 1 year remaining, you said that mimics what's in the charter for the council appointments?
So if it's greater than 1 year, it goes to a special election, just like,
And that mimics the council.
say again?
That mimics what we do for the council
Correct.
vacancy as well, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's absolutely identical.
Do you know, Madam Solicitor, if this changed when we went to 4 years, was it less when it was 2 years, or was it always greater than 1 year?
No, I think they're,
So even on a 2-year terms, we would have a special election if there was more than one?
I think that's why this came up.
Yeah.
But I think
It was an
Counselor
appointment.
Twilio can talk about that. Right now, it says any vacancy in the membership of the school committee shall be filled by written ballot of a majority of all the members of the town council for the remainder of the term. So there's never a special election.
No, I'm sorry, I meant for the town council vacancies.
Oh,
When it was a 2-year term, was it the same language that it was greater than 1 year?
I
Yeah.
think so. I can confirm. Wait a minute. So there was a referendum in 2010 that changed some of the language. I just can't tell you exactly what right now.
Okay.
I don't know, Jane, do you have the ability to pull up that 2010 ballot? If you don't, I'm not gonna, yeah. I think, I don't know. I don't have the answer, but I'll look it up.
Thank you.
Mr. Dennett.
I think in 2018, we just voted on 2 to 4 years.
Correct.
We didn't vote on replacing. So you raised a good question. The town council language was written when there were 2-year terms.
Right, I'm thinking of the cost of the elections, and
Yeah.
that's why I was
Well-
kind of asking that question, you know, which I don't even know what the cost of a special
I
election.
checked with
is.
Sandra, I think at one time it was about 30 to 40,000.
So
Really?
do you still, I mean, do you want to know when this language changed, or did you just want to know about 2018? Maybe I misunderstood.
No, and so that's probably my fault. No, I think Bill answered the question that even when it was a 2-year term
Right,
for the town council,
Right.
it was still greater than 1 year. And I
yeah,
guess I was kind of asking because of the cost of the special elections,
right,
and should that be more now? That's why I was questioning.
And
I'm not saying.
because
it
I don't
should.
know when it was changed or if it was ever changed from the very beginning, right now.
Understood. Thank you.
Which is a legitimate question, and I did thought about that, but then I started weighing the cost to actually democracy. This is a 78 million budget managed by the people, and I think the residents should have the say on who's represented for that type of money.
Okay, so no, I don't.
Anybody else? Okay, so I think that we had a concern about, are we keeping the name or the naming of the position or the school committee? But do I have an overall feel? Are they good? Are we good with this going on the ballot? If we make the change, or, if you want to make that motion to change that, I'll certainly entertain it, and go ahead.
So
I'm
again,
sorry.
Mr. President, you're going to be voting on the question. So you've got to look at that's why I'm not sure if it's a good idea for you to,
To vote?
I mean, you can have a consensus.
Yeah,
And keep it on the list,
okay,
but you also have to like the question that I present to you. I took this language right out of what the Charter Review Commission proposed. So this one's pretty straightforward, I think.
right.
But I had to work with some of the language when
Okay.
I drafted
So,
questions.
uh,
And that's what you're approving.
Okay, so am I taking a vote at least to approve the sentiment or the
You can.
theory
yeah.
behind it? Like,
Yeah.
for example, on this board, if it passes as is, we already have one council member who said, hey, maybe we should keep the appointment. So I'd like to at least get that decision from the board to you so
Yeah.
you can write the question.
That's fine.
Yeah. All right, so I can do that by a vote. So Scott, do you want to make the motion to change that and we'll see?
I would. I'd like to change school committee back to the town council.
Okay, so I got a
Can
motion.
you provide your rationale for that?
It dilutes the authority of the town council,
And,
removes the decision, removes the
and
decision.
other than taking that power away from you, how does that benefit the voters? How does that benefit the representatives in town?
I'd ask the same question back. How does it benefit the voters if it's changed to school committee?
I explained that already. The school committee would have a much better sense of those people who might be participating in their audience. And if somebody says, hey, I'd like to fill that seat, and they talk amongst themselves and decide that's a good thing, why should they have to come in front of you and plead their case and hope that you feel the same way?
Again, I think it dilutes the authority of the town council.
It absolutely does.
We had no problem with the last vacancy. I think we had 18 people apply for it, and I think they were fully vetted. It removes any political aspect from the school committee by having the town council make that decision.
That's a better political body to sit in front of, in your opinion?
On this particular issue, I'd say yes.
So if you flip the situation and there is some sort of town council decision that's historically been done, or the school committee decision that's been done, and that were to flip to the council, does that make a lot of sense to you?
For example,
I can't give you an example because we're not talking about that. That's
and
a
I can't
change.
give you an answer.
All right, fair enough.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We have a motion, for a lack of a better word, to change that back, the appointment part of it only. We will go to a special election if this is approved. So do I have a second on Mr. Schmidt's suggestion to change it? A second. If I'll second it to get it a vote, so I'll second his amendment or his change to make that a town council appointment, and I'll go to a roll call vote on it. Councilor Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilor Bolio,
No,
Councilor Materia,
No.
Councilor Shaw? No. Councilor McGill? The chair also votes no, so the amendment will fail by a vote of 5-1. So with Madam Solicitor, that's gonna go as is,
Yes.
okay, when we decide
Yep.
the priority.
Thank
Okay,
you. And while you're looking at this, if you have any immediate thoughts on the question itself, again, this one's pretty straightforward. But if you have any comments or questions on the question, then this would be a good time. You can always keep working on this.
yes,
We're not in a rush.
Councilor Bolio.
could we, similar to how we handle it in ordinance, move it forward with a favorable recommendation or with no recommendation?
Yeah, I mean, so what's gonna happen, this, we don't do this all the time, so what's gonna happen is I'm gonna come back to you when we're done with a list of questions in a resolution that you're gonna approve to go on the ballot. This is what's gonna go on the ballot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Nothing, no further comment on that one. We're gonna go to the next one on, our, briefing sheet here. We're gonna go revise education requirements from an executive staff position. The first, I'm just gonna ask the solicitor, on these particular, is this something we can do by ordinance? Changing
No,
the education requirements gotta be by charter.
the education or residency, did you say residency?
Yeah. Page 5, everybody.
Has to be the error on the clerk. Yes, I'm sorry, I did skip one. Update residence requirement for the paid position. So obviously, this is something that has to be done by charter, right? I think it's in there
Yes,
now.
I was looking at the solicitor, probate judge, town sergeant, director of recreation.
Yeah. As any questions on this particular one, Mr. Bolio, we'll let you start off here.
Sure, I can give you a brief explanation. And just like any of the topics that we discussed as a commission, it was the real bedrock was like, what's best for the residents of Cumberland? And in this particular case, this was a request that came in to help increase the pool of applicants for various jobs. And with having a residency requirement, that obviously locks you into only potential people from the town if they're interested in it. And so this was really put in to expand that pool so that when there was, nothing available in town, you'd have a way to fill the position. And that's really the gist of it. And with that intent, what we did as a commission is run through all of these to find out where that was the case. So these changes, if you agree with the concept, we tried to make it uniform, because the other thing that we had discussed as a commission was that it seems like if the council and the mayor and everybody's in agreement, the charter is something that, everybody can agree on and everybody's friendly about. But where there's discrepancies or a lack of consistency within the charter, that kind of opens the door for picking. So if the council was not as friendly with the mayor and vice versa, one person's solicitor can say, well, I think it means blue, and the other one saying, well, it's clearly Y in my book, and that's how you get these problems, because it says it in certain ways in certain sections, and it says it differently in other sections. So in this particular case, we went through and cleaned up where it explicitly stated a qualified elector. We pulled that out just to be consistent.
Is there any, I'm just going to, Mr. Chairman, I'm definitely going to have a suggestion just to remove the town sergeant, and I'll tell you why. Never mind, it is very low paying and it probably should go to somebody here,
Yeah.
but also, because they help with elections and they can get kind of called to town hall kind of quick, it might be best to have that position. But of course, I'm going to go with the realm of the council. That's the only one I may have a,
Yeah, Council President, I agree with that completely here. I mean, we went through this without any sort of bias or
Yeah.
inside knowledge as it relates to some of these positions. So we just did it from being consistent, but where it makes sense to not do that, I certainly would defer to your expertise there.
Madam Solicitor.
The only other comment I have is I don't think you need to add the director of recreation. I'm comparing that with section, I'm in too many sections here, hold on. 1101, Director of Public Works, doesn't talk about it being required to be an elector. I would be afraid that if this doesn't pass, that that you'd have to insert language that says he does have to be a qualified elector. I read this now as there shall be just any Director of Department of Recreation. I don't think you need that additional language. As you don't in 11:0, I didn't go through all of the positions, but you don't need it in 11:01.
Okay,
And probably others that don't, they're silent. So if they're silent, solicitor, probate, and sergeant are the only three that require you to be
okay.
a qualified elector, if that makes sense.
If I may,
Yeah.
so those are the discrepancies that I feel leave the door wide open for things. So by removing it in these sections, it is more consistent with those sections that don't have that requirement. Otherwise, if you don't kind of complete the job, then it becomes ambiguous about what's meant here. So I agree that right now, that's not a requirement of the Director of Public Works, and we're trying to make the others to be like that one, if I understood.
No, it doesn't, it's silent in the Director of Public Works.
Right, it does not require an elector.
And it's silent in the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Right, and we want to make it silent in these other ones too.
No, you added who need not be a qualified elector. That's what you added to the language.
Which is the equivalent, is it not?
But yet the question on the ballot is going to be, should the Director of the Department of Recreation be a resident? And if they say no, if they not be a resident, sorry. If they reject that, then I'm gonna have to insert language that requires them to be a resident. Because they're rejecting that.
See,
I think that's a matter of the wording then. I mean, that's a challenge.
When it's silent, so any position, you do not need to be a resident. Unless it says it.
So how do you remove that? I guess would be the challenge. How do you remove
I'm not,
the
under-
requirement?
you keep it silent. Only for the Director of Recreation.
I'm not
For the
sure.
solicitor, the probate judge and the sergeant, which you're removing, those say in the charter that they have to be qualified electorate.
Okay.
Right? So you want to remove that. That makes sense to me. But the Department of Recreation is silent as to a residency requirement, which means there is no residency requirement. Just like, for one example, the Department of Public Works is silent. There's no need to add that language.
not required already. Is that right in the words? Okay.
So.
Oh,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
Mr. Mudge has a question.
So you're saying in this case, it's not needed?
Correct. The question is not needed.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I agree with you.
Okay.
Much?
But I want to ask the question.
Forever hold your peace.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we got an end. And,
Vote any farther away from the dock.
all right,
I'm sure it's gonna pass, but if it didn't, then I feel like I'd have to add language
In-
that
in-
says you have to.
In
be
that
a-
case, I understand
I would
exactly.
just ask,
what you
I would
meant.
just ask, is it possible to make the question, shall the town remove from the charter the language indicating residency requirements for these positions?
That's similar to what I did.
that she's gonna do.
Yeah.
That's basically what the
That-
question says.
Yeah, in this case, there's nothing to remove.
On the question.
So by asking
So just cross
specifically,
those off.
the negative suddenly requires it.
Up here.
Thank you.
Mr. Shaw.
If all the comments from the committee are all set with that question, are you going to propose?
I'll at least make the change to eliminate the town sergeant from this and then approve the amendment as it sits.
Sorry, I think you want to also remove
No Parks and
the
Recreation.
language that we inserted for the Department of Rec under 1607.
So, council, I'll just take I'll take a motion if it's, if you see fit to remove the Parks and Recreation and the town sergeant from the non-residential, requirement.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Yes.
I'm totally confused by where Director of Recreation came in, since it's not even in the question. Where does?
It's
I
in
think they
the,
were trying-
no. So these are my questions that I discussed with the chairman of the Charter Review Commission. These are examples only.
Yeah.
I'm taking notes. It's in his PowerPoint to you that we're.
Oh, I
going
got
over.
you.
And it's in the charter changes.
Okay, so it's,
So I just want to make sure what you're voting on, I understand. One more thing, I did make a change to the question, so it's going to read, shall the requirement that the town solicitor and any assistants and the judge of probate be a qualified elector, be removed from the charter? So that's going to be the question. And if anybody has any comments on that, I'm happy to take them now or later.
Okay. So that, so as the solicitor just pointed out, does anybody else have any questions or objections to that? And if so, if not, I will take a motion to approve those changes to remove those two particular positions from that requirement. I got,
make the motion.
yeah, I got I'll got a motion by Counselor Shaw, second by Counselor Mativio. All in favor to approve that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. That's another one. Okay, the next one is we can go to the next page? Yes.
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 There's a section B on that page.
Oh, it's true.
It's at 9:06. So I did look at that myself. Is that something, or I got a note to that? If possible ordinance, is that something we can do by ordinance, Madam Solicitor, or no? I actually could have,
I'm just trying to find the language.
no,
again.
I got it on 607, never mind.
So that, the current language is bid specifications and all other factors being equal, preference shall be given to the bidder whose place of business is in the town. You have had that situation before recently.
Yes,
So I think, I don't, Mr. Bulio, you're suggesting that that be removed.
That's correct. I can provide the rationale for that. It was really, if you have two bidders that are equally qualified and you have some reason to disqualify one of them from a past situation, in this case, you wouldn't be held needing to pick the person from town if that happened to be the unfavorable group. So it's just really just is to give you more flexibility, because at the end of the day, you can always exercise preference. If they're two great parties that everybody really loves, then you
Yeah.
could still give the preference to the person or the group from town. But where if you were in the opposite situation where there was something unsavory about the town selection, it would allow you to opt to do the other. So I think it gives you more flexibility
Okay.
while still able to exercise preference when you choose to.
does anybody have any questions on this particular one? Counselor Shaw.
Sorry. Is this a question that's separate from, like, I can't find
No,
a
it's not,
question
it's
on the
not
list?
there. I didn't.
Okay,
finish.
so
can get 'em.
so this is another question that
I-
we're technically adding to this
There's,
list already.
yeah,
if
there's
all-
like 22 questions here. It took,
Got you. got
I'm
you.
not done.
So we're gonna have to, all right.
So if you're gonna do it, I'm gonna write 906 and
So I did have a question on that, and I remember the issue that came up. And when we did, I think it was a 900 six-figure salary, six-figure bid. And it was short 900, if that.
it was very small.
So I don't want to lose that flexibility. That company that we gave it to had employed somewhere around 50 or 60 town residents and pays taxes here. I just want to make sure that we have the flexibility to do that again. Is Mr. Bolio's proposal going to give us that?
I like the language if you wanted, if you want to give the preference, then I would keep the language.
Where is the new language? I don't see that.
It's not-
So
You'd have to
it
go-
should be in section 906D, and it should be in red, stricken, if it's not in color. So 906D. And this is one where I would argue that it currently states, no transaction, which is essentially a unit, shall be divided into a series of orders for the purpose of circumventing the competitive bid process. Then it goes on to say bids, which is the part that we're striking, bids, specification, all other factors being equal, preference shall be given to the bidder whose place of business is the town.
Good.
And I would offer that potentially, if you wanted to write an ordinance regarding the bid process, you could put in whatever, caveats or instructions or structure to solicit bids without it having to be codified in the charter
Okay.
and being, askew to anything here.
Mr. President, so in essence,
Sure.
it doesn't change anything if the current council or whoever puts the bid out puts that in the bid itself. It would be as if it was in a charter, but it gives the opportunity to not make it so as a permanent fixture.
Correct. And
Right.
like right now, you must go
You
with
must,
the
right.
person, preference given,
Right. I think that I would prefer if you, I understand the shall and I understand Mr. Bolio's, explanation. I totally get it. Perhaps it should be something where, should it be discretionary? So instead of may, shall it be may give? Because that's what you did with that.
Right,
We can't
right.
mention it, but you didn't have to because there was a discrepancy. But maybe the language should be something like, shall the town council have discretion in awarding a bid to a Cumberland resident or a Cumberland business when all other things are equal or something like that. So it gives, I get it, because this is more like definitive shall you have to. But I mean, again, I don't make the policy, but I want you to understand the differences.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that, we understand what the question is going to be before you give.
Yeah,
us
the
final-
question will be, shall the town council, something like, shall the town council have discretion in awarding a bid to a town business when, again, all other things are equal? That'll have to work on that part.
And without off the top of your head, Madam Solicitor, that will put us in line with the state law on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
If I may, I think, part of the goal here was to remove sources of, just schisms that are built in. I think the preference, that's always there. Like, nobody needs to grant you the permission for the preference. And if you include, or you switch that to may, then a dissatisfied party could argue saying, hey, this says may in here. And by my reading, that means you guys are supposed to give it to me, whereas if it's gone completely, it's still up to you to whether or not to provide that deal. I just think it's may is it's almost wasting words in here.
Yeah,
I just don't see.
I'm sure that maybe you and the solicitor can work the wording out. I think we want to get the preference of this, or the scope of this particular question together. So, Matt, you're pretty sure, Madam Solicitor, you could write this question, obviously, for the way we want to do it?
I mean, it says shall, it's gonna be
Yeah.
something that's discretionary.
Okay. So is there any council members or any members of the charter who have any question on this?
No ordinance, right, Madam
Oh.
Solicitor?
Well, I just think it's in the charter. So this is one of those things, I think there's a lot of things that can be written by ordinance, perhaps this could have been one, but it's in the charter, so now you're removing it, so it's almost like
Just,
you're, I
Or-
don't even know what,
Or changing it requires?
remember, with the contract we're talking about, there was a difference, it wasn't totally equal. So we have an opportunity to say, when I say all things being equal, I'd like to play with that language where it's, I'm not gonna use percentage, but when it's within, a certain range, that's when you should have the discretion. It shouldn't be whenever you feel like it,
right.
but if it's so close as to be nominal, which in that case, I would call that nominal, you have the ability to award it to a Cumberland business. So that's what I would offer with the hopes of making everybody happy.
Okay.
So just in the devil's advocate role, I mean, if the numbers weren't equal, I'd say equals equal, you know, and that person is $200 higher than me, therefore I should get it, you know?
And that's what happened the last time. And I made the call that $200 was equal because it was so limited that it didn't matter. It was essentially equal. That's what my opinion was at the time.
And I agree with you completely. $1 million thing, if it's down to $1,000, that's effectively equal.
Right.
But you wouldn't have to argue it if that language weren't here.
If it's there.
That's my only point.
I get that. And I'm only, again, the ordinance question is just when we get to the very end, we've identified anything that can be an ordinance.
Yes.
If any council member wanted to reduce the list based on that alone, we would know, not go back and re-ask the questions. That's why I'm taking it question by question to make sure we
Yeah.
get that answer. Thanks.
In your opinion, do you believe it, because it's in the charter, should we leave it in the charter?
Yes.
Okay. So, if there's no further discussion, I will take a motion to approve this amendment as sits with, obviously, the wording of the solicitor will work out that we're trying to get to. Does anybody have any questions or so moved, second? I got a second, so moved by Counselor Bolio, with a second by Counselor Shaw. All in favor to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Madam Solicitor, that question is approved with your language. Okay. Next. We are now at the education, revise the education requirement for executive staff. Mr. Bolio, do you want to comment on that? Or any member
So,
of the town?
I guess I am not sure which particular section was missing something. But in the spirit of kind of going through and reviewing all of the positions, we found that these 6 sections could use a little bit of tune-up. And I'm happy to kind of walk through what we found here, if it pleases the
Of
council.
course.
So, starting at 501, this would be adding requirements for the town clerk. And again, there's no malice in any of this activity. This was the result of looking up some various documents about charters, et cetera, and there was a PowerPoint that had been put together about charter changes into the state of Rhode Island by a number of folks, some of which I believe have served as counsel for the town of Cumberland. And in part of the description of the people who contributed to this PowerPoint, they cited these qualifications, being a registered and having getting a municipal clerk certificate, et cetera. And so looking at this particular section, there was no qualifications whatsoever. And we felt that, hey, if there's some way to get this, again, if you have 2 candidates and they're of equal appeal to the council, this is basically saying, let's go with the one that has got the educational background to be a municipal clerk in the state of Rhode Island. So that was the motivation.
Any questions on this? I'll just go back to the original question, or what we've been asking. Madam Solicitor, is this possibly done by ordinance?
Or by human resources job descriptions when they're going out for.
Because I just didn't know, like, for example, how does one become a master clerk without being a clerk? Somewhere, is that, so?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we may have town employees now that are very good at their jobs and don't have these requirements and wouldn't be able to be hired.
Well, not a master certified clerk, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so as part of the ad, I'll read it aloud for everybody. When
Yeah.
filling the position of town clerk, preference will be given to candidates that have a minimum of bachelor's degree and or a certified municipal clerk certificate. So that's one potential way to qualify. You've got some sort of college degree, or you have a clerk certificate, or a master clerk certificate, or 5 years experience as a clerk or assistant clerk. So you're not just gonna pull some random person off the street. They either have training or they have experience being a clerk. So we tried to cover the bases there and not box anybody out.
No, and the intent is accurate. I think good. The thing is the pool big enough to make that kind of focused requirement? The hiring pool. I just don't know, in my years of government, can someone say, I want to go get working in a clerk's office and go get that certificate? Well, they could have the bachelor's degree. I mean, I don't know. Does any council members have any question on this? Mr. Young?
So the way this is actually written is that preference will be given, therefore it's not
Right.
required. So your pool
Right.
is going to be significantly bigger, but narrowed down for the final selection.
Yes.
So, but this particular one, because it's not taking anything out, could actually be done by an ordinance, you said, or by human resources?
Yeah, those could be done by ordinance, or as I said, in the description, by the.
So should it be some like what, 20-something questions?
No, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. So if this is something that we can accomplish the same thing in ordinance form, I totally agree with trying to move as much as we can.
Mr. President,
Yes.
and just to sort of clarify, like my head, at least in my head, what I think the process is, like, we've identified, yes, it can be an ordinance, we talk about the thing, and no action, we just move on, right? And we finish all questions. And then we can sort of compartmentalize and categorize. When we do priority,
Right.
pull ones out that we know, okay, that can be an ordinance, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's no, so that's how I see it.
Yeah.
Unless,
No, I'm saying-
And me too. And matter of fact, when I was doing my homework on these, I already marked it as possible ordinance. So, with that said,
Mr. President?
Yeah.
Can I just weigh in
Mayor,
for a minute?
of course.
So I think in the past, there actually was inside, there was ordinances that, I forget the actual section, but that delineated some of these things, but and I think a lot of that's well-intentioned, but the reality today is I call it free agency.
Yeah.
That's what that's the reality. And then you run in and no disrespect to the council, because the council's been very amenable to salary increases, but they're not making these people anymore in some of these positions. I have a little bit of a problem picking this one just by itself. But the reality is, it is, free agency, and I think the more requirements you put in, then you have an obligation to pay for them. And a lot of times, in the past, there's been qualifications put in with not a requisite salary that matches up with those requirements, in my mind. So I would be against this in the charter, for those reasons. And I'm not even speaking about current occupants of the seat, but the reality is if you have quality people working in municipal government right now, that we're doing
They're
the job,
gold.
you should do everything you can to keep them.
Yeah, and I don't know if the charter would be familiar, but when we were doing some of the police stuff, we were actually lowering the qualifications to get them in the room, so as the mayor said, so. Does anybody have a motion to go ahead with this, or are we happy to hold this for a possible ordinance?
Council President,
Yeah,
if
of
I,
course.
if I may, it might
course.
help kind of tune things up here a little bit. For the town clerk, those were added requirements in this particular situation. In a similar mode, section 1101, the Director of Public Works, there was also an add to their qualifications, basically. That particular one being requiring a civil engineer licensed in Rhode Island. So those two are adds and probably would constitute a separate little category, perhaps handled by ordinance, et cetera. The other four, we're really giving more leeway to the mayor's point about being able, so I'll just go to 903 as a quick example. So this has to do with the finance director, and it basically goes from shall have to preference will be given to. So again, this is sort of like a relaxation to help try to get people when you might have a more, limited pool of candidates that might be applying for the job. So, so in these other cases, you're taking requirements that do say shall and allowing for a bigger pool to help address the staffing problems that have been felt.
What was the second one other than the Public Works Director that you had stated that you added to?
So that would be 1101. And it's in the first paragraph. The sentence goes, the Director of Public Works shall be a civil engineer, where before it just said is an engineer.
Right, what was the second position, you said there was two positions that you were adding.
Oh, the first one was the town clerk,
The town clerk.
because there was no qualifications there at all, and another add of a qualification, where the other four are relaxing them a little bit. So a little bit differentiate there. Hopefully it helps organize.
Council Bolio.
So perhaps we can move it forward, but obviously it sounds like there needs to be some evaluation by the administration as to, does this help them or does this potentially limit them in their hiring? And then we can make a further decision before we would approve it to be on the ballot.
Okay. So Madam Solicitor, we'd like to look at this one further. Is that what we're asking?
I think so.
Yeah.
Sure.
So what was that? Yeah, we could get it to ordinance subcommittee to look at it at a later date.
Sure.
Do I need any vote to just pass on this? Is there any objection on not moving forward with this one right now?
I would rather have the solicitor hear this discussion, know that we can probably want to split this up and then present the whole thing as with all the questions as amended for a total discussion. I'm not against a subordinates committee seeing it versus a town council meeting. But I don't want this like a separate discussion from the other questions. And it sounded like that was kind of like where it was going. So I'd rather, if we're going to meet together to discuss it, I'd rather also just do another
Just do it.
overlook of all the other questions at the same time and not waste any further time as
Right.
far as approving these questions.
Okay. Yes.
What is, speaking of time frame, when do we have to have these in front of the state legislature? Is that June? Oh, it's August. Oh.
So if I may, I'm trying to follow this conversation, sounds like the ones that are starting from a hiring perspective, perhaps are, which one is 903?
Finance, was that fine? Or
903 is the one.
903 is one?
903 is finance.
Yep.
So that one should be further reviewed by the administration.
Okay.
And then 1001 was tax assessor. Instead of saying he or she shall hold, they're saying preference will be given to those candidates that hold. So that one is one for thought, right? Hold. And then, so tax assessor,
Excuse me.
finance director, and then the third one is 1201, which is,
Police department.
so again, just for further review maybe, because they're actually giving you more discretion with the 10 years of agency experience.
Yeah.
So 903, 1001, and 1201. And then my understanding is that perhaps 501, 1101, and 1901 could be reviewed as a potential ordinance if necessary. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I would put 1901 in the same category as 1201. So 501 and 1101 are the adds, and 903, 1001, 1201, and 1901 are effectively reductions or alternative ways to evaluate.
Yeah, so 1901 is an addition that the chief shall have the minimum of a bachelor's degree or a minimum of 10 years of agency experience, rather than the current who shall have the state of Rhode Island licensure as a paramedic and at least 5 years of experience. So that one's adding requirements.
Was that police or did you,
Chief of EMS.
EMS, okay.
So
Yeah,
that
well-
could be added by ordinance. The other ones are ones that are actually requiring perhaps something more than what we need. Again, not.
Okay, so what is our guidance on this? Do we sent 5 of those?
Hold for further study
Okay.
on 903, 1001, and 1201, and then do what you want to do with 501, 1101, and 1901, perhaps for an ordinance if necessary.
Okay, and those can be adapted to what we're trying to accomplish by ordinance.
Yes,
Okay, so with that said, and if there's no further discussion, I would say that we should refer 501, 1101, and 1901 to the ordinance subcommittee, and 903 and 1201 and 1901 for further study? No, 1901 is going to ordinance.
no, 903, 1001, and 1201 are for further study.
Yeah.
To the ordinance subcommittee.
Yeah.
And then 501, 1101, 1901 are passed for potential
Ordinance. Mr. Denon.
How would you do 1901 in an ordinance? Because it's changing it from requiring a bachelor's degree to either a bachelor's or 10 years. Like, I think that falls in the other category.
But if it stays as it is, all they need is at least 5 years of experience. I'm not saying that an ordinance is necessary. I'm just saying that you're adding requirements in that one.
Yeah, so currently it's 5 years of experience and shall hold any bachelor's degree. And the ad is basically saying a minimum of a bachelor's degree or 10 years of agency experience.
Oh, so that one's more like the chief of police.
Yeah.
So we'll add 1901 to the further study. And then just 501 and 1101 for potential ordinance.
Thank you.
Yeah,
for
thanks.
clarifying.
I wasn't reading the cross off. I was only reading the addition.
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
That's okay. So we're good with, Madam Clerk, you got that 501 and 1101? We're gonna send to ordinance, and the remainder, we're gonna take a look at for further clarification. Yes,
The ordinance subcommittee can't review this until there's an actual ordinance in front of them. So are we asking that the ordinance be written for review?
I think they're asking you to review the charter provisions.
yeah, I mean, we have to have an ordinance to go there. We can't put an idea in front of them to draft an ordinance.
Well, it's not gonna be an ordinance. So those 4 that are held for further study.
Yeah.
Are, I'm not sure it needs to go to the ordinance subcommittee. I think that I hate to put it on the mayor, but I think I need his input as to whether.
Should an ordinance be drafted,
No,
then
should
come
it-
to us?
Should a charter provision be drafted? The other 2, 501 and 1101. The ones that perhaps need a charter revision are those 4.
Yes,
The only ones that do not require charter revision and can be done by ordinance is 501 and 1101.
Okay, so I definitely, understand. Do you have a comment? Yeah.
Yeah, if I may. So I would ask that I would make a motion to eliminate 501 and 1101 so that the solicitor can write the question based on the other four for the charter question, which gives the mayor time to take a look at what that looks like. And then again, when the whole questions come back to us at a full council, like I said, he would have his input, we would have an updated question. It just sort of streamlines the whole thing. While taking care of those other two, the 901, the 501 and the 1101, and putting it out of the questions, because those things are by ordinance. So if so, that I would make that motion to do that.
Anything else?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, all the qualifications should be taken out of the charter and they should be written by ordinance as the administration feels is appropriate with approval by the council.
Okay.
So there could be a question like that, where should qualifications be removed by the charter and addressed by ordinance, presented by the mayor and approved by the council? That's, I think, what you're trying to get to.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to decide that. That's just my thought.
I'm not like dead for anything that's written on here. What I was given time for is the administration to go through the stuff that they were brought up that affects them, since their boots on the ground sort of impacts them, while also giving you, the solicitor, time to come up with the proper question. I don't want to eliminate the question at all. I'm just trying to
Yeah, the question just might change.
Correct.
Substantially.
correct, and it can change however it changes
To
and
what-
brought forth to us at a future time. And we can have a more proper discussion with input from the mayor and his staff.
Okay. So with that, oh, I'm sorry, Council Bullock, did you have a question? Oh, sounds good to me too, but I just want to recap. So, are we still 903, 1201?
Can we just hold it for further study?
Yeah, I want to hold
Marion?
those for further study and
Just
get this
hold it all.
in ordinance.
Yeah. We'll make it
Okay.
simple. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Tim.
I was just gonna say, when we changed the qualifications to become a police officer, the chief of police came in and gave his explanation of why we should make those changes. We voted on it and that was the end of it.
Mm.
Essentially, this is kind of the same thing, but we're bringing it to the charter.
It is, but what Kelly's proposed is if we remove all that out of the chart, potentially remove it out of the charter and then manage it by ordinance, it allows that flexibility for any administration based on current market, et cetera, to modify it based on.
And
Those
I think
current
that's what we
standards.
need
Okay.
personally.
So let's just take the advice
Yeah.
and we're gonna, I'll take the motion to move 501, 993, 101,
So moved.
10, 11, 1201 and 1901 for further study. I got a motion by Council Bolio, a second by Council Mativia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll take those under further study. Next item, we're going to provide allowance for the deputy level executive staff positions where they do not exist. Mr. Bolio.
So certain positions within the charter specifically discuss a deputy fill in the blank. And the idea here was that to provide the allowance for, so not a shall, but a may, the opportunity to have a deputy in that particular department. And as it stands now, it's stated in certain areas that there can be a deputy, but that it does not state that in others. So one can argue that, hey, you don't have, the authority to do that because the charter doesn't state it. And if the charter was to state it, they would have because they did it in some other sections. So in some ways, it's just a matter of trying to be consistent to allow that to occur. And I reviewed while we were talking about the other one, all of these basically take this exact same language and place it in where it didn't exist. And it reflects the language that was in the other sections where it already existed.
Matter of fact, I think we have something similar coming up, Mr. Shaw, that you put forward, right? Which would address one of these?
Yeah, coincidentally as it is, I have an ordinance
Right.
specifically for one position, so.
So if that's said, again, for space, is this something, Madam Solicitor, we're already doing it by ordinance for Parks and Rec? Can all of these be done by ordinance,
Yes.
allowing the deputies, right?
Yes, and the charter does give specific authority to the mayor to appoint officers, department heads, and other employees and subordinates. So it does that. I know it does say it specifically again in other sections, but it doesn't have to.
Okay.
And you have an ordinance which was, it was like your first year, where we totally revamped the executive staff, where we specifically named each department and what the positions were in every department. And you revised those several times, most recently with the senior planner, is it called, that part-time position? Principal planner, so you've done that.
Okay.
Over time.
Any questions? So with that said, I'm so sorry. With that said, we can move all of these to the mayor's office or to draft an ordinance to be submitted to the ordinance subcommittee when he sees necessary.
Well, and many of them already have deputies, like mine is called an assistant solicitor. It's
Right.
not called a deputy, but that's the same thing. Finance director has a deputy. Tax assessor has a deputy. Director of Public Works doesn't really have a deputy, but they have a town engineer. And then, I don't know what Director of Community Services, I'm not sure what that is.
And I'm sure they were made by ordinance at the time, the
Yeah.
ones that are sitting now, we
And if
just didn't
we-
name them.
If we get bigger and we need a deputy, then you can, allow that by ordinance.
Okay,
If I may, Council President.
of course, sir.
So the town solicitor and I talked about this, and I believe she's absolutely right. Under 306, powers and duties of the mayor, it talks about appointing any officer, department head, or other employee, except otherwise provided, et cetera. So it seems to allow that. And when you have a nice friendly council, a nice friendly mayor, everybody
yeah,
gets along. But where it's not explicit in the charter, I would just offer that someday somebody's gonna use that as a way to say, no, you don't have the ability. But I think for expediency's sake, if this is a good one for ordinance and do that, I'd say that's better than not doing.
Yeah, well, it becomes law. I mean, the charter obviously cements it, but the ordinance is very, as the mayor says, any full council on a Wednesday night, but codified is pretty solid. So if we can get this in the charter, it's not a waste. So if there's no other discussion on these particular items, Madam Clerk, if you're following me, affected sections of 601, 901, 1001, 1101, 1301, 1501, and 1607. I'm going to make them or accept the motion to move these for ordinances at a later date.
So moved.
So moved by Councilor Bolio with a second by Councilor McGill. All in favor of the move, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, if I'm not still in the right order, we are now on the focus area, revised financial limits and mechanisms to reflect current economic methods. Mr. Bolio.
So these were collected under a particular page, but each one probably has its own story. So it's probably worth going through each one to make sure all the questions are addressed. In the first instance, 1713, It relates to the formation of a building committee and how much a change or a new building is going to cost before a building committee is required. And so the current limit is $250,000. And I'm sure you have had plenty of things come before the council that are in that zone that you kind of pale a little bit at having to form a building committee to oversee what effectively these days is a relatively small project. So with conferring with council president and the mayor, we agreed that that probably should be bumped to $1 million before you are required to form a building committee. And we felt it was worth mentioning, although this is an ad that probably doesn't need to be said, the town council has the power and authority to appoint a building committee at any point. So just a matter of kind of.
True, and I think from your own experience, Mr. Bolio, doing this several times, a building committee, and the mayor and I had the conversation, so correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, but it's not as easy finding member after member to serve on these committees. So it's getting a little hard to do so. But thank you. Members of the council, does anybody have a member on this? Excuse me, a comment on this? We're at A, from 250,000 to $1 million before a building committee is formed. Any questions? Could I just ask the board, other than the discussions we had, what the rates are now? Did we look at any other cities or towns, or does anybody else, do we know, that are in this range currently?
No, we don't trust that they're making good decisions anyway, so.
So I appreciate. Mayor, do you know if anybody has looked at current building committees?
I tell you, when I did do some research on it, which was a little while ago, there's very few that even speak to it. There were a few in Massachusetts, and I do think there was one that I saw that was around $500,000, but it's kind of spotty. Obviously, it's my opinion that the threshold of 250 is way too low.
Totally agree.
Just,
Council Bolio.
yeah, just one comment. I think that's part of the reason why RIDE has mandated building committees, and we've had to kind of square peg round hole it because frankly, they weren't in place. So.
Does anybody have any? Do you have anything else?
Just for clarification, no ordinance, right, Madam Solicitor?
Not for that.
No.
Yeah, figured. Thank you.
Any comments? Is this number square with, should be lower, should be higher? I mean, we're up for anything that to go. Okay, so if I don't hear any objection, I will take a motion from the council to approve letter A from 250 to $1 million. Do I have a motion? Okay, we got a motion by Councilor Bolio. I have a second between Councilor Mattivi, Councilor Shaw. All in favor to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that's gonna move forward to your question.
Okay, this next one might be a little bit more interesting in some ways. Section 806, borrowing by the town. It currently speaks to specifically bonded indebtedness incurred of in excess of $200,000 is the number. And basically that's the number unless approved by the majority of electors at election. So it puts a cap on how much borrowing the council and or mayor can do on behalf of the town. So the loophole that exists currently is that these master leases, you can obligate the town for a much longer period of time for a much larger sum of money without any input from the voters at all. So it really skirts this whole requirement, which really is all about keeping everybody informed and making those decisions where they're large and significant, put them on the town electorate. So the change suggested was to bump this to $2 million in any one fiscal year. And we also added that in excess of $5 billion in total debt obligation regardless of the fiscal term, meaning that you can't split it up, and do, a few different years worth of obligation to get something done. So again, it's a way to keep the voters informed about big decisions that are being made on their behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions for the chairman or any member of the Charter Commission on this? Mayor, did you have an input on this? You think it worked?
Yes, Mr. President, I think this goes back, this has been talked about for probably close to 20 years, give or take. I'm in support of, this charter change, because currently, as we said on a Wednesday night, if you could pretty much do it, whatever number you want. So yeah, I'm in favor of this amendment.
Thank you, sir. And I'm just gonna ask again, the $5 million number was anything, was that research or anybody else?
No real research there, just kind of a gut feel on that as to providing a number that, if you're doing more than that, regardless of how many years that covers, how many years you're paying that back, to add that number in there. So bigger projects that might span need to kind of get past the $5 million mark. The other point I'd make is that section 905E just talks about the finance director has custody of all the financial investments, et cetera, and safekeeping of bonds, notes, et cetera. And we just included the language of manners of indebtedness. So that sort of encompasses, anything and not specifically bonds. It was a way to kind of make that a little bit more current with the fiscal mechanisms that exist today.
Okay, so with that said, can we move that into one question? I mean, Mayor, did you have any thing on comment on E?
No, I would say on the 5 million, though, I think that was just to be, was the maximum that the town has previously done back in 2015. So I think that's why the 5 million.
Oh, that's where you got it, because we did it before?
Yeah, kind of just to keep it in compliance
Do you know then, or maybe if anybody's here 15, then why was it lowered?
Please.
Right, it was in 5, and what is it now?
No, there wasn't.
2 million now?
Well, so, yeah, but isn't there a provision there? It says, 2001 fiscal year or in excess of $5 million of total debt. So if the ones that were 5 million, there was but the town is picking up the tab for, they're both actually running out in, I think in another year. They got the authority to do 5 million, but they were not borrowed 5 million at the one time. This kind of fits what happened in the past is really how I see that. So there was one that was 5 million, it was a 1.1, a 1.8, and a 2 million or whatever, rough numbers, and it came to 5 million. So that had a lot to do with that, with the 5 million cap.
Okay, and I'm sure we'll fix this pointed out by the committee, repaired, we'll move that, we'll change that to repay instead of repaired. Thank you for finding that.
Couldn't help us.
No, I don't blame you. Okay, if there's any other questions, any comments to the mayor or the charter commission on this? Hearing none, I will take a motion to approve and move this forward. So moved by Counselor Folio, second by Counselor Shaw. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment is moved forward by a vote of 6-0. Okay.
In the same vein, 905G, and 905G, talks about how to pay debts, and it says paid by check. And so we added the language, electronic bank transfer, or any legally permitted manner to open the door to wireless transfers and whatever else.
So, Madam Solicitor, is there a way to blend E and G into,
I think that 905G could really be a miscellaneous change.
okay,
I think that you could simply say for the language, when it results, it would be payout funds by any legally permitted manner,
okay,
whatever that is, because in the future, we don't even know what a legally permitted manner would be. I think that if you just added that in our miscellaneous question and cited this section, I
Okay.
think we could make that change,
Okay.
because that's something to clarify. We already do it.
all right, that's good. So would that be the same, not for E though, right?
No, E, I would try to add
Add it into the
to
question.
the 806.
Okay,
I haven't done that in the example question, but I wrote a note to try to do that.
okay. Any questions on that? I think it's kind of self-explanatory. So with that said, do I need a motion just to move that into miscellaneous? We'll approve it under the miscellaneous topic?
I'm taking notes, so
Okay,
I'm gonna,
all right, so we're gonna approve that and move it to another section. And on E, the solicitor's gonna try to squeeze that into the previous question. All right, thank you. Next one, number, I believe we're on D.
Yes, so this one here really is to get the charter more aligned or in line with the state requirements. And not to say that it wasn't, but the need to sort of increase these limits to what they had been, which were $1,000, $5,000. I can go spend $1,000 at Dave's Market, it's just kind of small. So I think with
Appreciate that.
upping these limits, you effectively eliminate section E because those no longer apply. And you go back to section B and tune that up to be consistent with state law. And we mentioned the state laws in there, and the state law talks about 5,000 for everything but construction type stuff, and then 10,000 for construction related matters. And those were codified at some point in state law, I want to say in 1991, if my memory serves. And they actually peg it to the New England inflationary numbers. So by right, you can take these numbers and factor the inflation, and they're basically double what you see on the paper here. And those would be consistent with state law. So little inside tip there.
Counselor Shaw.
Madam Solicitor, could that be done as a miscellaneous question too, and sort of include the removal of E, if there's other questions that do the same thing, if we find out throughout, can there be a broad question where there'd be removal of sections if due to changes of the charter or that make them obsolete, or some sort of over one question and under miscellaneous that would at least pertain to the E example?
yeah, and that's what we're doing on some. I don't think this is one of them, because you do have the authority, or not you, it would be the residents, have the authority to require going out to bid after a certain amount. So I think this has to be a charter question. I just want to make sure I understand. Right now, between 1,000 and 5,000, the finance department attempts to get quotes. So that would be no quotes are needed up to $5,000. That's the way I read this. Is that the intent?
Is that the intent, Mr. Mudry? Yeah.
I'm sorry, that was a question for me?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the way it reads now, section E, purchases or contracts between 1 and 5, or in the case of constructions, between 1 and 7,500 shall be made only after 3 quotes. So $1,000 is your limit. So if it's a $1,200 thing, you have to go out for a quote. That's the way it reads now.
If it's a what thing?
Sorry?
I just didn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
1,200? Right, so right now, if it is a $1,200 expense, we have to get 3 quotes if they're available. So if this is removed, then the administration would not have to seek any quotes ever and just do the bid process over at 5,000. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what the intent is.
Yeah, you basically are bringing, eliminating the more restrictive numbers which feel out of date in this day and time, and bringing it back to alignment to what the state allows, which are higher numbers, but they're not grossly higher. You go from $10,000, you know, for construction type stuff, and 5,000 as the minimum requiring a bid for non-construction. But as I said, those were pegged to inflationary, and you can double those numbers if you choose to.
Yeah. So I guess maybe we should focus on E, because E requires you to get quotes if the numbers are less than what's required for a bid. So we will no longer need to get quotations. That's fine. I think that's easier for the administration. I just want to make sure everybody understands that. No quotes will be necessary. You don't see them because we get quotes.
Yeah.
And we pick the lowest price, and it doesn't come to the council, but we will no longer be required to do that. Ever. The process starts with bidding, a public bid at $5,000.
President. For discussion, what would be the pros and cons for eliminating it? Whether it be from the mayor weighing in, or from an operational standpoint, eliminating that quotes, or what are the pros of having it this day and age, as is?
So, I mean, you know, pros would be you're getting 3 quotes and you might get something
right.
that's lower than the other. But if you don't, I mean, it's under 5,000, so maybe you don't care about quotes now. I just want you to understand what this does. It eliminates the obligation for the town to get quotations, not a formal bid, but just quotes. That's what taking out E does.
On behalf of the administration, at 1,000, has this been a problem with you guys getting the 3 quotes?
I don't think, you know, I don't think it's necessarily a problem, but, you know, you could get 3 quotes, you could Google up 3 quotes, right? And then, so I mean, the reality is you're always, you know, you're always gonna be doing everything you can to fit inside the budget. And so chances are you're gonna get the best quote for what you think is the best for the job. I don't think it's a big deal to go straight to the bid process, but it's not it's not, you know, incredibly burdensome. It's just, but I don't think it's, I don't think it's documented in such a way that you could prove that it's happening, you know? So, you know, it's just being, you know, honest, right? You know, so you can make a couple phone calls, somebody calls you back, they don't call you back, you go online, you check the, you know, I mean, it's so, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's not an incredible obstacle, but I mean, I honestly think for transparency, it's going to 5,000, it's not a big deal. And what is it? Yeah, because, well, Public Works is 7,500.
Yeah, 5 to 10, we're moving 7 to 10,000.
Again, as a devil's advocate on this, I would suggest that, I mean, the way it reads, you know, all this requirement have been obtained from competitors by the purchasing agent. So somebody in the town is obligating their time to go chase, you know, something that's $1,200. And I just wonder about the time spent,
Yeah,
and
right.
could it be better used otherwise, given the cost of things?
I want to be clear, I'm not advocating at all. I'm just making sure that you understand you're
Yeah.
taking away quotes. I think it's a great idea personally. but I didn't hear that. I heard we're trying to comply with state law. So this just simply, very simply removes the requirement for quotes. That's it.
And, did you have a- okay. Um, so should we go down to D and E as well? Will that be part of one question? No?
Yeah, that should,
Is that
that can
okay?
be, that can be in one question, yes.
So you agree with striking that?
Yeah, it's up to you. Like I said, I just wanted you to understand. what
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
doing. I can tell you, oftentimes, it's very hard to find 3 quotes. Another, pro to
Yeah.
getting rid of that.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on this? We'll move along. So if there is any problems, I will take a motion to approve. I got a motion by Counselor Shaw. Second? Second by Counselor McGill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the amendment passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you again for that. Okay. Well, good. Next question, Mr. Chairman.
So the next area, presented in the PowerPoint here is the, basic subject of ethics. And there was, a couple of motivations here. One being, a request from, Councilor Bradley, looking to have disclosures of other employment by executive staff. This was submitted via the council through the clerk to the Charter Review Commission. And in looking at ethics generally, it was also mentioned that other towns cite ethics within their charter. And we had a relatively small section, 1704. And there are references appropriately to the state ethics laws. And it seemed like it was an opportunity, when we had reviewed this, we said, geez, the requirement that Councilor Bradley requested really is kind of baked into the ethics law as they read now. Really, you can't really prevent somebody from, being gainfully employed doing things as long as it's not unethical. And that was really the takeaway. And I think we all were enlightened, given the fact that every appointed person on this commission is also subject to the Rhode Island Code of Ethics. And while that wasn't a surprise, it was a bit of a revelation how ubiquitous the law is in terms of applying. And it was the collective thought of the commission that if perhaps this were more clear to everybody involved in public service, we might have fewer ethical lapses of the I didn't know type that seems to have occur all the time throughout government. So the suggestion here is to clarify to be consistent with Rhode Island law. So it's not just all elected and appointed officials, but it involves employees, any member of boards, commissions, and agencies of the town. And this is straight out of the state law. And then we felt, hey, upon being elected or sworn in or appointed or hired, every person gets a copy, whether it's a paper copy or an electronic copy, they all get a copy. So at least they have the information available if they choose to dig in there. We had some other potential ways to make that happen, but this seems to be the sort of least burdensome way to get this point across to anybody who's involved with town activities. So that was the gist of it. And furthering, going to section 1708, the oath of office, they're basically swearing to abide by the laws of the United States and state of Rhode Island and the Rhode Island Code of Ethics. So it's just part of the acknowledgement that this is part of the obligation. And that, of course, they get a copy. And the last section in this also goes back to state law, 1709. And it was, again, enlightening to us that if you're found in violation of the Code of Ethics, you can be convicted of that particular crime, and it could lead up to many penalties, including forfeiting any related pension. And again, just to sort of drive the point home that there's penalties for saying I didn't know, or whoops, that was not what I intended, but I financially made out, I'm sorry, you know, that type of stuff. So anyway, having brought up the question and having looked at it, we felt this was the least burdensome way to sort of tweak the charter to make this a little bit more prominent to everybody who's involved with the town operation.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Boley on this? Mr. Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Bolio, what's
I said, he said, how'd you know? I said, I know the hand signal.
this was one I was waiting for and expecting, and in my head, as far as a manager goes and processes goes within the organization itself can be handled internally without having to go to a charter, but maybe put an ordinance through for sure, where you instruct HR director to implement the procedures, where you instruct administration when appointments are given. As you know, in the workforce these days, you get an email saying, "Did you receive the handbook?" Could have been an email that you got yesterday, right? And you say yes. Therefore, you're liable and accountable for everything within that handbook because you say so, right? So, I think that this is an important issue. Nonetheless, I'm not saying it's like an easy one to just brush aside and move on type of thing. And this definitely does need to be addressed, especially when we appoint individuals like yourself that want to do more in the community, but they're just not, they haven't been around the ethics talk, the campaign financing. That there's so much out there that you could violate without knowing. Just because you misreported $25, now you're paying $500 in fine, right? Like something so minuscule can be so big. So I think that if Madam Solicitor, is this one that if the council chose to sort of really created a nice ordinance that addressed all the concerns that the committee found out throughout this, that we could sort of put before us for a vote instead of putting it through the charter question on the ballot?
This could be done by ordinance, yes.
I also had it marked by ordinance after I read it.
Great, thank you.
Because I think the idea is good, the premise is good, we all want good government. It's just, can we do it another way and codify it? Any questions? Hearing none, I'll just ask a motion to move the training and requirement for all positions.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I do want to make one more comment.
Of course.
Probably not by ordinance is the removal of people from office.
Yeah.
And I did talk to the chairman about this.
Right.
So public service announcement, you all owe a financial disclosure form this month.
Right.
If you don't get it in by, I think it's April 30th, I filed mine this weekend, you're subject to a $500 fine, and it's a violation of the Code of Ethics.
Right.
So if you don't file that form, you would be removed from office under
Right.
this.
That was due today.
Was it the 26th? I was thinking the 26th or the 30th.
Oh, one of them was due today, I think one, and then one was due, the ethics one was due last week, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ethics.
So,
Ethics was-
so that would be a violation of the ethics, the Code of Ethics. So that's a pretty hard.
Right, and would, the election violation of fail to file, is that an ethics report? Or if you fail to file your
Well,
fine?
you're talking about campaign finance now.
Finance, right, is
I'm
that-
talking about the
Ethics,
ethics.
right, I just want to
financial
make sure it's
disclosure. Two different things.
how they say, two different things,
Yeah.
okay.
So we can remove A and B then, is what you're saying, and then we'd have to keep C as the question? Potentially?
Well, I think also 1704 says, in addition to the penalties provided by state law, be removed from their position, which is the part I'm concerned about.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying that people shouldn't be removed from
Oh, did I
office
say the
for
wrong-
violations,
Yeah.
but what are the
1704.
extent of
Okay.
the
Sorry,
violations that
I just said the
require
wrong number.
removing?
So leave 1704, but remove the other two is what I'm saying. I said the wrong numbers.
No, I think it says any person who's found in violation of the code of ethics shall, in addition to the penalties provided by state law, be removed from their position. So, you're a day late, you're in violation.
no, they're adding it, it's not there now. And I think this is concern is, can we actually do it?
No, I
Right.
think you might be able to do it, but do you want to do that? If one of you, I mean, we all make mistakes, we get busy, and failure to file a form could potentially remove you from office.
Right, and if you got a different, council makeup than we have now, you could get four people just to do it.
To remove someone from office,
Right,
absolutely.
yeah, okay.
I mean, and again, I think that certain violations, absolutely, you should be removed from office. But maybe not that.
Council Schmidt, how do you remove someone from office?
Well, that's another interesting question. If somebody is elected by the people, but it is in the charter, so I think that there would be some authority there.
But say I filed my form late,
Mhm.
which I didn't. But if I did, and someone wanted to remove me from office, what would it take?
I don't know exactly what the procedure would be. It might be the council taking a vote and then you suing the town to take your rightful place. There's, I mean, that's a larger conversation that I
Yeah.
haven't researched, but just the fact that you might be removed from office based on something like that. And, I'm sure I can think of other
Yeah.
minor, I'm not, listen, everybody should abide by the code of ethics. But, that
But
would be
there
like
are,
if you went through a stop sign, you're removed
Yeah.
from all,
well, there are material breaches and lesser
That's what I
important
mean.
breaches.
So if there's a way to craft what those qualities are for removal, then do that. But I'm concerned about this very broad language that says,
Right.
if, I'm using that as an example.
Can we hold it for further study?
We can.
If I may add one detail here. Currently, to your question, Councilman Schmidt, an official of the town convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude or malfeasance or misfeasance in office shall, upon exhausting of any appeal from said conviction, be deemed to have vacated his or her office. That's in the charter currently, and presumably, once that seat is vacated, it would be filled in the normal manner for any other vacancies.
But
So-
that language, that language is being removed, correct?
Well, we suggested that get removed because moral turpitude, malfeasance and misfeasance, if you look it up, it's almost a joke in legal circles because it's you cannot convict anybody. So we said to ourselves, rather than have such vague, toothless laws in our charter, make it such that, rather than a crime involving those things, leave it as a violation of the code of ethics. Which I don't know that violating, your expense report qualifies in that category, but basically, make it something a little bit more convictable should somebody be found, abusing their position for personal gain. I mean, most of the ethics related stuff is all about improper financial gain. And right now, that's okay.
No, I think I understand what you're saying, and I'm certainly in favor of tightening that, but I don't want to make it so over restrictive that an accidental immaterial breach of the code of ethics resulted in someone possibly being removed from office. So I think there's a way to get there. I'm just not sure how to get there right now.
I think there's a whole state law here, and I certainly am not an attorney and would defer to those who are. But, under Title 36, Chapter 14, Code of Ethics, the penalties, any person knowingly and willingly violates the provisions of this chapter, which include all of the ethical stuff, in addition to the civil penalties provided, be guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000 and or imprisonment for no longer than 1 year. So that penalty is already on Rhode Island law. And if it's not being applied for missing your campaign finance reports, I can't imagine they'd start chasing that either.
Yeah.
But I don't know what is applicable here, so I'll defer to the solicitor on that.
All right, so if I did hear from Councilor Bowler, do we want to move this for further study on this one because of the
And
complexity?
you have time. It's
Yeah.
not, I just want to be clear that that's a very harsh, characterizing the violations makes sense. But, so we have time to look at that and maybe define what a violation is that causes removal. $1,000 fine is one thing, removal from office is another thing.
Yeah, fail to hit a button or something.
Yeah. I
Okay,
think the chairman said we could spend that at Dave's.
no, totally understand. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll move for further study of the council in the commission. Items 1704, 1708, and 1709.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, if that's the case, Madam Clerk, we're going to take a vote on that. Do I have a motion to
So moved.
move those further study from Council Bolio made the motion? Second? Council Mativia, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It moves 6-0. Up, next item, Mr. Chairman, updated articles for Department of Human Services and Senior Center.
Yes, so this was, brought to our board as a interesting area. Section 1301, I'm just gonna flip there. A lot of the language there seemed to be historical in nature and maybe, tipping the hat to folks who might have served that position at one point in time. And so with a bit of a scrub, tried to update some of the language to be more consistent with the kind of compassionate society that we live in now. And so labeling it, the services provided here, community services, as opposed to human and senior services. So it was really an update with that. Other than that, there's chapter and verse in Rhode Island state law about this particular service that the town needs to provide. And we didn't want to wade in here too deeply for fear of being, writing something down that might be counter to state law. So small tune-up. Excuse me. While trying to remain consistent to the state law. Excuse me.
Any questions for Mr. Bolio on this? It looks like it's a simple name change. And do we want to move the directors position, a deputy director position out of this? And do it again, like the other ones, we'll do that by ordinance and just shorten the question?
So the question that I proposed is, shall the town establish a Department of Community Services to have powers and duties relating to the well-being of people in the town who are in financial hardships, with disabilities, aged, and, or with chronic illness consistent with state law? So all the redlining on the pages, like, we don't have to ask that there be, a qualified deputy director. We don't have to add that. This will do it.
Okay.
And then, you know, even like to serve with the same term as the mayor. We already had that
Okay,
done, so that'll stay in there.
so,
So it's a simple question. But we don't have to add that language about the
Okay.
deputy. See,
Councilman Tivia,
So are we establishing a new department or are we just changing the name of a current department?
well, the way this is worded, we're changing the name of a department, but I think it's getting rid of something that was similar, but maybe not the same. I think it works.
you nervous about that? I mean, you could always call it senior and senior income. They stayed at a Holiday Inn last night. Matt, is this working in your administration?
I
that title?
have to be honest, Mr. President, I'm not aware of this, provision. I know, I think briefly discussed it with the charter review. I mean, unless this is, I'm kind of, with Councilman Tibia. I mean, is this a department that we don't have right now? And that and that the charter says that we shall have it? Or is housed inside the senior center? I'm honestly, unsure, to be honest.
Yeah, it's definitely a more modern title, I would agree, but I just wonder, it's more confusing we're always used to having a senior services and, the older residents of town always know seems to be a place for them.
Well, Ms. King is saying, who is the expert on these types of things, that it is a separate and distinct type of department. I can look at the law and see. Oh, I thought you meant, I'm sorry. I can look at the code and come back to you with
Okay.
whether we have to have it or.
Okay. Any questions in the charter committee on this? We're gonna move it to have her look, the solicitor review. Okay, so Madam Clerk, on this particular item, we're gonna refer to the solicitor's office for review. Okay, that's all of 1301. Okay, we're getting there. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
So for this particular one, I'll flip to 1606 just to pull up the typical language that we found. This happens to deal with this particular section, 1606 Civil Defense. In accordance with state law and approval of the governor of the state, the town council is authorized to establish a local council of defense. And that's where it stops.
Probably
So
good.
this could be a bunch of folks from Missouri coming in. So the suggestion is to add consisting of qualified electors of the town. So in some cases, we're advocating removal of that requirement for employment reasons. In a lot of the cases here, the recommendation is to add it because these are activities that are very town focused, and without that provision, you could potentially have folks who are not of the town being appointed to these committees. So it's really it makes sense to have the people from the town manning these particular positions, but it wasn't stated explicitly. So this would just take out any sort of doubt as to who's right.
It's not even 116.
And Mr. President, I've included that question, which is pretty simple on
Yeah.
page 3,
Okay,
but then we go through every section and add that language.
Yeah,
Mr.
just,
Mativia.
So I understand the intent to have a vested interest.
Yeah.
But what about if someone is a business owner in town, but not necessarily a resident that may have a vested interest?
yeah. So there's an Economic Development Commission cited as one of these elements. It might be 1609, yep, 1609. And maybe in that case, but, you know, depending on the authority that's granted that commission and what power they have to implement changes, they may or may not be welcome. And if you have somebody who doesn't live in town that's, you know, advocating, you know, a big tire warehouse or something, because that's their business, you might not want to have that person to have that authority, if you will. But it seemed like, again, to be consistent, we went through and added the qualified electors on these various commissions. So with that one, I think that's a particular case that could be worth more consideration.
Maybe taxpayers? I don't know.
Business owner.
Yeah.
Well, taxpayer could be elector and or business owner.
That would leave out renters where otherwise they would be
Oh.
allowed. Right now, you have to be registered to vote to be on any, under this scenario.
So you'd be a resident anyway,
Well, but you have to be registered to vote, not just a resident.
ju-
You have to be a qualified elector.
elector.
For the building committees, like for everything?
Excuse me?
For the building committees, for everything that's listed?
Under this, yes, under this question, yes.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'll just weigh in on, I'm just, I get the intent, but I'm not a big fan of residency requirements, actually. My standard line is, you know, not so much interested in where you put your head on the pillow, but, you know, what you can bring to the conversation. So, you know, I'm just to put that on the record. I mean, maybe preference given, but there's building committees, if we were just gonna pick that one out, there's municipal building committees right now that have people who have been appointed to them, that don't live in, you know, that town. So, you know, I understand there's value and vested interest in, being a qualified elector, but you know, I don't think it should be the be all end all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, I would at least like to see a business owner if there was anything, but I think, it's almost impossible. I think that all the type of businesses at LLC, can you just not live here and make one and not even show up? So I probably don't want to go there, but I would probably agree with the mayor myself about, leaving, striking that language. Is there any other comment on it?
It would also narrow your selection pool to, you know, if you limited it just to voters, but, you know, some people have property in the town and they rent it, or they have businesses in the town and they're, you know, they're financially invested in the town, even though they may not actually be, you know, registered voter in the town because their primary residence may be elsewhere, but you would still have, you know, the town at heart because they're vested with property, other home ownership or businesses. My opinion.
Any other comments? All right, hearing none. So, on this particular, focus on the committees, on 1606, 1608, 1609, 10, 11, 12, 1705, 12 or 13. If there is no other discussion, I'll take a motion to approve. If we go forward, I'm gonna vote. No, I just want to get the motion out there. We have to vote in the positive, put it out in the positive before we can deny it. Do I have a motion to?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? 1606?
Yeah, anything that it counters that we, for the qualified elector on
Oh, okay.
16, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1705
So all those listed here, 17.
over 13.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
Do we know if the Board of Trustees for the library are all Cumberland residents offhand?
I
We
don't know.
don't know.
I don't know. Good.
That answers my
Oh,
question. Thank
so-
you.
So do I have a motion to, make those commissions member, or mandatory electors? Do I have a motion? I see no motion, so automatically the, proposal fails.
Can I just add a comment?
Of course.
I would just say, I think this generally speaking, self-polices itself. There are some exceptions, but I think historically, we haven't seen where there's problems, not having qualified elector. Thank you.
Next item, we're moving over to Mayoral Town Council School Committee salary adjustments. Mr. Chairman,
Okay, section 303. We were asked to look at this, because the current language sets the minimum annual salary of the mayor at $35,000. And, we were asked to potentially raise that. And the next logical question be, raise it to what? And we started talking about the responsibilities that our mayor has in town, any elected mayor. And it's really a 24/7 type of job. They really need to be on call 24/7. Something happens, they grab their coat and off they go. And thinking about the home environment that needs, you really need somebody who can stay at home and mind the store, as they say, you know, if you had children or what have you. But at a $35,000 minimum salary, the interest by somebody in the general population is pretty low. It's not enticing enough to want to be the mayor. And it really then is potentially filled by folks who, you know, have served and have retired from whatever positions they might have had in public sector or private sector. And it really kind of leads to a very particular type of person that would have the ability to become mayor and still, you know, have a general lifestyle, et cetera. So we were considering the duties and the amount of responsibilities. And, you know, if you look at some of the like town managers that get hired, I mean, these are folks that are paid to manage a very large group of people. And thinking about that and going back to the roles and responsibilities, and every town is different, of course, but we started looking at the average household salary here in town. So it's very much pegged to what's normal for Cumberland. And by picking that, the proposition is that somebody who had an interest and wanted to become mayor could potentially afford to do so and live on the mayor's salary, you know, as a public servant for the town, and have the ability to rush out the door at any point in time, because given that that's the average household income, that household income provides enough financial, you know, a weekly, monthly paycheck to afford a home in Cumberland, pay the taxes, and et cetera. So that was the simple evaluation of why the number. And that number, rather than be subject to the potential whims or reluctance of the town council to move that number higher if they chose to, and be subject to the ire of voters, et cetera. Make it just pegged to an inflationary setup, so it's outside of their control, and it just happens automatically. And we picked every 5 years as being a reasonable time. It's not tied to elections or anything like that. It gets reviewed at 5 years. What's the average number? Pull it down. There's the change. And the town solicitor suggested that, due to budgetary issues, et cetera, make it such that it occurs after, like in the next budgetary year, so that that new number can be properly planned for when the adjustments are made. And in a similar fashion, again, trying to be consistent, the compensation that the town council and the school committee receives be pegged in a similar way. And if we look at 5% of those numbers for your general counselor or school committee person, and 6% for the presidents of both of those bodies, it basically corresponds with a small uptick to the current salaries that exist now. So those two would also be tied to this 5-year review, 5-year change. Everybody gets that small bump or whatever it may be, or potentially a decrease. And adding into the language, allowing that it could be tweaked as you see fit higher, should suddenly, like, the economy tank and suddenly, hey, that number just doesn't feel right anymore. We can go higher, but doing nothing is pegged to this inflationary number that's put out along with the census. So that was the rationale behind this. And in similar fashion, it was in the papers, it just coincidentally, some other towns, they were, putting numbers in there that seemed to be, higher, but without any real rhyme or reason as to why those numbers. And I think when you don't have a good logical reason, the average voter might say that that's nuts. Excuse me. So with that.
Any questions? Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. So many moons ago, when Mr. Denon was on school committee, we threw around the idea of raising stipends, right? For the council, for the school committee, because $2,500 at the time seemed sort of a low incentive or whatever for this. At the same time, we also paralleled the mayor's thing, and we did a lot of research, and sometimes there's a lot of different town administrators, mayors, or whatever. They have different responsibilities throughout the state. So you got to be careful when you match up one particular person's income or rate. Let's say $140,000 was one town administrator, but they might not have a finance director because they're the finance director, right? They're the ones that ultimately is doing both jobs, right? So I'm cool with identifying and isolating Cumberland's needs based on how Cumberland is in the economic state and growth, status of its residents. This would be, if there's a way to, can this be done by ordinance, Madam Solicitor? Or is this strictly a charter question? Would be the first question I want.
The charter says that you have to pay a minimum of 35,000, and there is an ordinance on the mayor's salary that I think it's at the top now, by now. It went up every year for a certain amount of years.
It's been at the top, yeah.
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 So yes, you can do it by ordinance.
Okay, so as much as I would want to keep this one, I just want to make sure it's identified as one that maybe we don't need to add to a list. But I definitely see anything that can be done automatically. I'm all for, because then that way there's no discussion. At any time, Madam Solicitor, could a council sort of go against the charter via ordinance?
Well, in
to-
this
to
case-
sort of block an increase that potentially could happen or
Yeah.
anything like that?
No, so in this case, you'd have to pay the mayor less than 35,000 today, but the answer is no, you cannot.
But I might be okay with that. I'm just,
No, yeah.
no.
So if this were accepted by the voters, this change, you could never pay less than what's defined here.
Okay.
You could pay more.
So
Yeah, if I,
that, go ahead, Mr. Bowler.
I was just gonna add that this is how the pay for the governor is set also. So it's not an unusual mechanism.
Oh, okay. Good to- yeah.
May I
Ms. Bo-
quickly?
Mrs. Bowler.
So, do other communities take this approach, or is it just at the governor's level? And then what would these numbers be at today's value if they were enacted today?
Yeah, so just to be clear, with the governor, there was a number set and it's pegged to inflation, and that's how it gets increased. So just to be clear with that. So the idea here would be to establish a similar baseline and then let it escalate or not, depending on how our town is doing in terms of its median or average household income. That salary currently would be about 122 if memory serves.
Thank you.
Today would be hundred and twenty-two? I'm sorry, did you say today would be hundred and twenty-two?
Yes. Based on that reference, talking here. It's really based on the census data. So it's legit stuff.
So, one question I had, census is every 10 years, but every 5 years they come out with estimates?
Yeah, if you go to their website, you can look things up and they're constantly tweaking that stuff. And then they go out and verify everything in that 10-year decade actual census. But it is looked at and tweaked based on the information they have, the government. Taxes, if you pay taxes, you send in what you're making, so they know.
So the 5 years will get rid of the part now that it can't go into effect until the next election cycle, right? So the mayor can't vote, not the mayor can't. We
That was
can't vote
meant to
ourselves a
be-
raise.
More of a budgeting, well, you have an election this year.
Right,
So it would go into effect July 1, 2025.
okay.
Because the other thing is just a budgeting issue that I was thinking of.
Which makes sense.
Any other questions? We don't see any issue with that. All right, so on the mayors, to go by the census data and the American Community Survey 5-year estimates to get just his pay. If there's no further discussion, I will take a motion. Or are we gonna try to do this by ordinance, or we want to put it in the chart?
I would move it forward for a charter change.
I have a motion to move it as a charter change. Do I have a second? Second by Counselor. Sure. All in favor to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And I'm going to oppose that, and it's not because I oppose it per se, I'd rather see it done by ordinance than be on a lengthy list of questions. And I don't know how many we're up to or how many we're going to settle on, but it's going
Yeah.
to be a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I want you to see all the questions at once. You're not voting on the questions tonight.
Right,
Right.
but just, I haven't.
Right, so
track of them,
you'll
but there's gonna
see
be-
how many, and you can take another look if you
Oh,
want.
oh, so we get another bite at this just in
Oh,
case I
yeah.
approve it 5-1?
This is just,
Okay.
I'm looking at this as you're directing me to create questions for your
Questions.
review.
Okay. And then we'll get the question settled as we discussed earlier, then we'll have the final vote to go or not to go. Okay,
If I may, Council President, just regarding going into an ordinance, as the mayor has put many times, that can be changed on any given Wednesday. That's hardly a reassuring
Yeah.
fact for anybody considering this position. Just like the police chief and other heads that we have in town, they have the opportunity to enjoy an employment contract that gives them some stability here. So I would be personally concerned about it being an ordinance, and that could be changed at the will at any given time.
agreed. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that as approved by the council by 5 to 1 to move on to at least get a question answered before we, my own thing, anything I think I could do to get rid of that 35. Again, we haven't seen it in recent councils, but again, you get the wrong mixture of council. If under this charter, could they actually take a vote and lower the mayor's salary to 35,000 as it sits right now?
By ordinance, yes.
Yeah, so we really got to, just for good, yeah, we got to get rid of that for good government purposes where the mayor can't be held hostage by a council. So, okay, thank you. We'll go to the next one. The next one is the same mechanism for the town council. Mr. Bolio, I'm sorry.
Page 13.
Yeah.
The number 10. Charter review and amendment, clarification.
Oh, they were all in one. I'm sorry, we did the mayor,
Sorry.
mayor only. We just did, my apologies. Thank you for catching that. On the town council, I'm sure it's the same premise that we don't have to go, although I think it's
Yeah, effectively, it's referred to, and kind of beholden to the mayor's, salary. So as those increases happen, theirs are automatically done at the same time.
any questions? Mr. Dennis?
You can go to the town council first.
No?
Okay, yeah,
We're all equal at this round table, Mr. Dennett.
one of the issues we have, if this is multiple questions, is if the voters don't approve the mayor, but do approve the school committee and town council or vice versa. So I don't know if this should be combined into one question or accounted for some other way. Also today, the school committee stipend is set by the school committee, and that is in the charter, so that would need to change as well. It is updated in the language, but we kind of need a question about that too.
Okay,
I don't know if that didn't seem to be included in the list of questions, the proposed list of
I think
questions.
it's a good idea. If we approve these, we already took a vote on the first one, so if we
Yeah.
approve similar, we can move it to the city solicitor to make one question.
Oh, okay, I was gonna do the mayor, just because I can try. But the school committee and town council are they're exact, right? 5%. And then the mayor is
Oh, it's-
full one.
Right.
So I guess I can just say, and I'll try to, you want it as one, I thought you were saying do it as two.
No, I think it has to be one, now that you say that.
Yeah, well, I think the alternative is you could just say for the second question, you could set the town council and school committee to 5% of the mayor's salary, no matter what it is. So if they don't approve the question that sets the mayor's salary to the new value, the effect would be the same. You'd be removing the politics or the problem of stipends for the school committee. Does that make sense? Like that's the one remedy I can think of if you wanted to keep it two questions.
But except that if this doesn't pass and a council makes the mayor's salary 50,000, you automatically get a reduction on both the school committee and town council, which I don't think is the intent either.
You're right. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Because it doesn't seem likely, but you're right.
I can do it either way because we've had this conversation about terms too. So we can do
Yeah.
it all together or we can do two separate. It matters nothing to me. So it's whatever the council wants.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think our intent was that it would all go together. It would, it would not be separate questions. It would be, this is how we're compensating the mayor and the town council and the school committee
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, ultimately, if you agreed with the premise,
Yeah.
then you're just kind of carrying the premise and kind of bundling it together.
I would probably, and I'm gonna be obviously as honest as I can. I understand the mayor's situation, but on council, I feel a little different about why we're sitting in this chair. None of us ran for the money. So I would I hate to vote down that one. I would probably vote no for the council and school committee myself, but I don't know. So if we could do those as three separate questions to get
Or two.
Or two.
Council and school committee are the exact same.
same.
But it's not up to me. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But I would think you're all equals, school committee, town council, right? So if one gets it, I think the other one should.
Yeah, I think we think of them as equal, but today the school committee sets their own salary. Nobody on the school committee, I think, likes that, but that's the way it is today. That's, our forefathers thought of it that way. We all think of you all as the same.
Yeah, as we do you.
Or similar.
All right, so if we'll take a motion to, you think you can do it in one?
It sounds like you want at least two.
Well, that's just, again,
Maybe
one
three.
person here on a Wednesday night is, I would prefer two
Well,
because
it's easy to change it if, I'll just do two and then we can combine
you
it.
combine them if the
necessary,
council
Or we
wants.
can
Okay.
split up the town council and school committee if you want.
Okay. So with that said, I will take a motion, excuse me, Mr. Shaw.
So before you make the motion, I want to understand the motion. So Madam Solicitor, are you making two questions, one that's combined and one that's the two, just so we can take a look at,
No,
actually make a
making-
choice?
I'm making one question for the mayor and another question for the town council and school committee. If at your review of the actual resolution, you want to make a change, we'll do that then.
You can blend them then.
So we don't want to get the opinion now whether or not we want it one question or two.
I'm not sure that you have consensus right now, but that's up to you. If you do, you do.
Well, but we can always change it at the next one too, at the
That's
same
what I
time.
mean, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
Okay.
That's that's why I want to understand what we're voting on.
So we did take a vote on the mayor. Oh, I'll add the other two now.
Yes.
Okay, so without any further discussion on using the same formula, the census and the community survey for the salaries, I will take a motion to approve the council and town council. Motion by Councilor Shaw. Second. Second by Councilor Bolio. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? I'll be as opposed, so it'll be 5-2, excuse me,
I'm opposed also.
2, okay. So we have a tie of 3-3, so the motion fails. Okay,
Wait, the
Yep.
motion fails?
right, 3-3?
Yeah, but so you don't want me to do the town council and school committee question at all?
Well,
I just want to be, if that was the vote, that was the vote.
yeah,
Okay, so I'm not doing the second question.
second question failed.
Okay,
Okay, so we go into the mayor's only. You got one question.
gotcha.
Mr. President, who voted in the negative?
You, me, and Mr. McGill. Okay. Anything else on this particular item, Mr.? No, we can move on?
Yes, sir. So I would suggest, because rather than having to flip a bunch of pages around, the next section is really kind of about voter awareness. And what I would ask is that we skip to the next page, which is the section allowing for a municipal fire department, and tackle that. And then I can kind of speak to the next two pieces, section 10 and section 12, kind of more holistically, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Okay, so the request was made to provide for or allow for a municipal fire department.
Mr. Chair, would you mind holding for 5 minutes? Maybe we just get a stretch of the legs a little bit. We've been here at 2.5 going and we're so close. I would actually probably put it off to finish, but I think we can finish this in the next half hour.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you. You always speak what about. Back, and the members of the Charter Commission are back.
I do, thank you.
Wait for Manny. The vice chair is back, so we're ready to go. Okay, so with the request of the charter. No, we just got back yourself, Manny, so you don't worry. We've moved on to the fire department, and I believe this was just brought up in the case. I just want to make sure that it's not like this is an imminent thing. They just wanted something in the charter as a placeholder. If it ever becomes a municipal department that we have something. But Mr. Bolio.
Thank you, Chairman. So I was asked to put in a fire department provision. I think the key element to note here is the first two words, there may be a fire department. So it's completely up to the town's discretion and presumably working with the fire department as it exists today. And to try to make this legit and fairly thought through, we got the input from the current Chief Anderson, and he worked through and helped address some of the qualifications that a chief and deputy chief should have in his opinion. And so tried to make this fairly clean, fairly straightforward, much like the EMS chapter that's in the charter, but making the appropriate provisions for the fire chief and deputy and the members of the fire department in terms of training, et cetera. So you forgive me, I'd rather not read the whole thing.
No. And it's repeat, Chief Anderson gave this a good look.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure we can have him because it's long, and we could probably have him here for the next, when we finalize this question. If there's any questions for him, where we come up, for example, it's different from the police, but 10 years of above a battalion chief, 15 years experience, why is it 10? I don't know.
Just, so we went on to the fire station, the municipal fire, right? Number 11. We
Yes.
didn't do number 10 yet.
Yes, the reason why I skipped 10.
Oh, okay.
Is that,
Sorry if I missed that.
I'll explain once we get to it.
Okay, sorry. Yep.
Madam Solicitor, and if I remember, when they went to the one, why I remember this, I don't know. When we went to the fire department is one, wasn't that question cut up on the voters? We could have a municipal or whichever way we wanted to do it, unified or municipal. I think that.
So the Cumberland Fire District has special legislation. That's their charter.
Yeah.
So it was established by the General Assembly. I feel like
When we
there
moved
might
it,
have been a ballot question a while back.
there was, when we moved it, and I think what.
You removed it? Is
No,
that-
we moved it from separate districts to one unified. And I think the question when we consolidate, thank you, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, so,
I think the question was kind of, should we have a unified, separate or municipal fire department?
but I don't think that was a charter issue. I think it was just a referendum.
Yeah, it was just a referendum, but they actually, back then, they threw in the word
Yes.
municipal.
Yeah, and
in
it,
case.
yeah, but
So-
in the current fire district is established by legislative charter.
At the state level, correct?
I'm sorry?
At the state level, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the General Assembly. I sent that to you the other day, remember?
Yes, I understand the provision by the state, and it's something that I mentioned to Chief Anderson, that they have their own governing body, et cetera. And just as the town might be entertaining the possibility, they would also have to do that and potentially give, their folks the okay to potentially withdraw from the state. Because the state gives them special taxing authority, et cetera, that a lot of fire departments take full advantage of, and they morph into other types of agencies down on the coast, as we've all read, et cetera. And I'm sure there's many departments that are reluctant to give up that taxing authority that they've been granted by the state legislature. So for this to actually happen, I would believe, and again, I'm not an attorney, but they would have to also agree that they're willing to forego that allowance that the state provides in order to get adopted into the big cloak of Cumberland town administration.
Mr. President. Question on the point that Mr. Bolo just brought up. So, Madam Solicitor, so if that's the case, right, as Mr. Bolio just said, because they're a governing body, governed, through the General Assembly, say 5 years from now, the town says we're moving forward with the municipal fire district.
Yes.
On their end, though, they don't need to go through a whole rigmarole with a referendum question or anything like that, right? They just need to submit something to the state legislature that we're dissolving in order for us to be adopted by the municipal body.
Yeah, I mean, you would be establishing a new department. And if they chose to agree with that,
Right.
they could file a simple, like, repeal of that enabling legislation.
In other words, I'm saying it's an easy thing for them to
Yes.
do that's very not time consuming. If agreements were made and they just like kind of merge over.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay. I'm talking hypothetical.
Time consuming, I don't know.
No, I get that. I get
But there's ways to disband the separate fire district. And there's always ways to do everything and move
Right.
every employee into a municipal department.
Do you think, for your best guess on this, would that have to be a vote by the fire district? If
Well-
we're putting this in just to have the foundation to do it, but the residents of the town would vote whether they'd want to move them or not. Is that?
No, the residents would just enable a municipal fire department. And whether the fire department wants to compete with the town or join the town would be up for discussion. And then they have a union of firefighters and there's labor issues
Oh,
involved.
God, yeah, that would be, it would be a lot of detail.
There would
before
be a
this.
lot of detail.
We just wanted to get it on paper that
But
we
you
can
would
do
be
it.
able to, it's doable.
Yeah.
It's just, there would be a lot to it.
I just want to make sure
This
the
is-
residents don't, no one's panicking that we're jumping into this new fire.
No, this just
It's just for the
enables,
future.
yeah, it just enables it.
Right, so, I would argue that we already have the authority to
This-
form
this
a
is-
fire department. We don't need voter approval. We could establish one tomorrow.
Probably, yeah.
From a practical point of view, we wouldn't do that because it's an operating district. And in all likelihood, we would not even entertain it unless they agreed to dissolve. But I don't think we need a question for something we already have the authority to do,
I-
especially when it may falsely lead some people to believe we are going to be doing this.
Yeah.
Even though that's, if you read the question, it's not how it reads, but
So the council's duties, powers and authority. Create, change and abolish town offices, departments and agencies not established by this charter or by the Constitution and state laws. So, yeah, in theory, you would be able to establish your own department.
So just understanding, we can do that without this. I think the mayor brought this up about.
I believe so. I could look at it more closely, but the charter already provides that you can establish new departments.
Okay,
So that's any department, fire department,
okay.
yeah.
Can we put this for further review? If no one has any question, they want to vote on a final, remove it. But maybe we can find out what the mayor's rationale was.
Okay.
Yeah, anybody have an issue with that? Okay, we're just gonna, I know you're keeping notes, we're just gonna move this over for further clarification from the administration. Okay, where do you want to go back to now, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, section 10 on page 13, charter review amendment, clarification of the method and declaration of provisions to be made such to inform the electorate. And the impetus here is that there's a lot of effort put in by the Charter Review Commission when reviewing the changes that have been requested. And it is a lot of work, and we take the job seriously in terms of representing the best interest of the residents of Cumberland. And to often, just as we're sitting here tonight, many of these sections require a fair amount of explanation to really understand the motivation. And I think we all fear that without explanation at times, the general voter would look at it and say, that doesn't sound right to me, you know, they're trying to just grab more money, you know, and don't get the background of, you know, maybe what it would mean to pay a mayor a reasonable salary that more people could contemplate becoming mayor, for instance. And the provision that we're asking for here under section 1705 really just talks about the requirement, making it a requirement that the Charter Review Commission advertises these changes prior to going out to a vote. And I know some of you have expressed concerns about the potential number of questions here. And I would advocate that if we had this informational process, then somebody who is thoughtful and caring and sees the what's on the ballot ahead of time can walk into the booth and be ready to check the boxes as they see fit. And add on top of that, just the ability to do the mail ballots and whatnot is much more ubiquitous today than it was 20 years ago. It really, you know, the number of questions shouldn't matter, providing they have enough information to make good decisions ahead of walking in, because nobody wants to go in and read a tome in order to make a decision, and especially where they don't have the thought that we've provided over the months as to what we think a good decision is for the town. So the idea with this is that there'd be a requirement that the information is provided ahead of time for this. And the reason why I asked for putting the municipal fire department first is that in section 12, in a more general sense, there's a Rhode Island law currently that basically says, hey, for any statewide referendum, the Secretary of State shall publish and disseminate to every household what is on the ballot. And I think the intent is the same there, is to really inform the electorate as to what they're trying to do and why, and money that they're spending, et cetera. So what we had suggested was, and this is also in the very tail end of the marked up charter, was we took it's labeled new section. It's just before the fire section if you're trying to follow along. But the new section, just labeled as such, really the intent was to mimic the state law, which I write there, 17-5-3, but rejigger it to be a townwide level. So rather than the Secretary of State doing this action, we refer to the town clerk. And the same obligations apply, you know, where there's going to be some sort of public input question on the ballot, there's an obligation by the town to describe what that is and what the intent there is. And we get that information out to all of the households in town. And so the purpose for asking you to combine these two elements is that if you agreed with 12, and this new section becomes flavor of the day, the additional detail that's written under, specifically under the Charter Review Commission is really just a subset of that, you know? So like, if you didn't agree with it in purpose, in purpose, the idea would be that we'd want it at least for the charter review stuff. But if you agree with it in principle, then that section that's changed in the charter review section is obviated. You don't need it because you're covering it with this larger section about just general voter awareness. So that's the long-winded reason to try to combine these in some ways. But it would really be about the obligation for the town, just like the state has, to publish town-specific changes that they're looking for the electorate to vote on when they get published, and do that ahead of the election so people have time to consume and talk and make decisions before they walk into the voting booth. There's some other details, but this basically is part A of on page 13, item 10A is really just kind of a mini version of section 12. So I guess I would ask for the council to consider 12 more in a general sense. And then depending on how that's voted on, we can tune up number 10 to include it or not.
Okay. So I mean, I like it. As far as what we're trying to do, I would try to find out a cost. We can look at about the printing and the mailing. We just, it's a book. If you're trying to mimic what we get at before the general election with all the referendums in it and the plan, I think that actually promoted Councilman Gill's plain speak, where you know what you're doing when you're going in. And it's probably important when we're looking at this number of questions, so you can zip through it, especially in a presidential election like we're dealing with this year, with there's going to be big turnouts.
Right,
But-
it was in that spirit, you know, just to really tap into that better awareness.
But in stealing a little of Councilor Shaw's thunder on this, if Madam Solicitor, could this be done by ordinance?
Yes.
Councilor Bolio.
Just a question too. So it describes in number 12, increased voter awareness for publishing pending ordinances, budget and related notices. We do use ClerkBase. So all of that information is available, but we certainly could, well, I don't know the intricacies of ClerkBase, but we could certainly add detail. I would imagine that includes the description for the referendum.
So could that, your changes as suggesting, could that go under an ordinance? It just,
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, but you're talking about complete that.
we could do it, use ClerkBase.
Or, yeah.
I mean, I'm asking, the charter, Jane and Cinda, if you could have a charter section, when anything's possible, then have a couple of ballot questions. There would be a cost, but it wouldn't be a cost like it would be to mail to every residential unit.
Yeah, I think the point is, we do publish ordinances and budget on the town's clerk by base and to some extent on the town's website, but we certainly could add detail to include voter awareness.
So on the you have a legislative explanation,
Mhm.
and the resolutions are generally detailed with backup, so.
So I do think it can be managed by an ordinance, and that's an easy one because it's really just about the voter awareness. And that makes a lot of sense to support.
Councilor Shaw.
Sure, Ms. Bolio's all set. So I agree, you know, voter awareness on any topic is important. And I think this town has way more tools in place than other towns. I mean, Town of North Smithfield uses YouTube for their council meetings. There is no, you know, some towns don't have a clerk base that has stuff advertised. We even have the means of subscribing to topics that are interested in. So I make sure I have the the yard waste I'm subscribed to. So the minute that it changes, I get a text or whatever, right? I mean, we have these things in place where maybe the idea is making sure that those methods are expanded upon for those that want to get noticed. You go to Secretary of State website, right? Everybody gets an email that there's public notification that there's a meeting coming up. Maybe for those, maybe sending out advertisement to residents once, not a book, but like just a simple things like, this is the 21st century. We have these means. Please visit the website and subscribe to everything that you're interested in. Something like that, that gets the word out. And it could be specifically town council agendas, even further, any charter stuff or ordinances and stuff like that, whatever pertains to them. And just set it and forget it. And then people know, and then they just go in and do it, and they're being notified the opposite way when topics are being brought up before the council. We already go out to the Valley Breeze for ordinances and everything like that, but eventually down the road, who knows if publications are gonna exist in 15, 20 years, right? So we're kind of establishing that digital method. So I think that I agree with the ordinance, and I think that there's a lot more that we can be doing maybe on our end to get the word out that we already have this in place and people just don't take advantage of it. Right? So,
Please, Ms. Boyle.
Just to add, I do think there's a true value in extending it beyond the website or clerk base. I think much of it exists today, but not everyone utilizes computers to access their information. So finding other methods to, expand that public awareness, I think would be valuable.
And I'm just brainstorming as we go, maybe instead of the mail for the cost, it might be better and just have it right in the Breeze as an ad. This is what one means, this is what two means, and put that in the week before the election, and we might be able to get the same result at a fraction of the cost.
Yeah, my experience with inserts in the Valley Breeze
Yeah,
is that they're
right.
very cost effective.
Yeah, no, good discussion on that. Okay, so with that said, we will move that section without objection to the ordinance. It was that 10?
the 10 or 12 were.
That was 12 was the more general, there was a couple cleanup items, which sounds like the ordinance is the way to go.
We'll
And then
cover.
more of a larger discussion, which if it were, ordinance to be published in a timely manner, with the appropriate language to describe stuff. Because it is sometimes if you just read the language, there's no explanation there.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
but if it were published somewhere, I think that would meet the intent, as well as having, access on the town's website, for somebody who missed that paper or whatever. That makes sense.
Okay, so we're gonna have this on our ordinance column, Madam Solicitor.
I just wanted to add for 12, the last two sections that are affected, B and C, I think the intent was to update the charter because the charter talks about posting things in the hallway downstairs. And what we agreed was, well, that makes sense to keep doing, but we also want it on the website and we want it required there. We know we do it today, but it was more just updating language. So I'm not sure, it may not make sense to do anything, but I'm not sure an ordinance alone would fix the charter. Like, it wouldn't fix that. It wouldn't meet our intent, our full intent, I guess.
Yeah,
Right.
the idea was to require it via charter,
Yeah.
because right now it's required to stick a thumbtack in it down on the corkboard
Yeah,
downstairs. So it was really to try to update the language to say, hey, put it on the website, and it's baked in and it's more current. I do believe that it could be accomplished by charter as well. You can always add beyond the charter.
So to that point, like with the financial changes, not just, a check or pennies, it moved to more electronic format. It could be in the bulk changes to update it, to clean it up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, we're good with that. Okay, good. So are we clear where that's gonna go? Okay.
So if,
More clarification, right?
So kind of two parts.
Go ahead.
It cannot. Mhm. Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. The one related specifically to not just put it exclusively adding it to the bulletin board. Mhm.
Right, we wanted to require it. I think we wanted to explicitly have part of the charter
Okay.
say that it needed to be there. It's just a judgment call. Like, we're doing it today. No one can really envision us not doing it, but it's different than it being required. Does that make sense?
So I'll suggest that because we get another shot, without wasting your time, Solicitor, let's move it to get into a question, see what it looks like.
Of course.
And then we can make the decision from there, but we'll move it forward if the vote approves it. So, just to get it in the question form. So, anybody want to make a motion to move this one?
I will.
Counselor Bolio, the second by Counselor Shaw, all in favor, say
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we're gonna make a question, Madam Solicitor, and move that forward. Okay. Mr. Chairman,
okay, so getting back specifically to the charter review and amendment section of the town charter. So there was a couple, tweaks here, as they related to the desire to advertise. And this is another one where nobody said no in terms of putting out an ad in the Valley Breeze, and the town paid for that. I didn't have to put my credit card on the line or anything like that. But we solicited the townspeople to come and, speak up and see if they had any areas of interest. And I felt like it was due to the good nature of the town governing body generally to approve that and send that along. So that was great. But I think we generally felt that it would be a good idea if this was baked into the charter review section such that, when the charter review folks say, hey, let's advertise, they know they've already got a yes, it's mandated in the charter that the town do that advertising on their behalf. So that was one ask in terms of very specific advertising as it relates to the charter review process that we wanted to add. So that would be part of the new charter subsection paragraph that I refer to in 10A. The second half of that was the potentially publishing of what happened ahead of the balloting, which if you're handling by ordinance becomes moot in this particular circumstance. So that was 10A. Basically allowing the advertising funding.
So is this, this is just some type of ad for a week coming, the next charter review commission, whether it's next year, whenever they call it, or 10 years from now,
Yeah,
for public input, because you're right, we went,
Right. Right. I mean, there's a number of things that we all learned this time around through the charter. One, that the town council can initiate a charter change at any point in time without calling
Right.
for a committee. But the charter does mandate once every 10 years at least that they do call for more general population's input to this process, which is what we have done here. So as part of that once in a decade minimal obligation, the idea was just to bake in the allowance for public advertising
Okay.
of those things.
And
And again, nobody said no, so it's not a problem today, but who knows what might happen. someday.
I mean, I personally, I don't feel that's anything wrong. Anytime you can have one ad,
Hmm.
I don't think it's gonna kill it just to benefit the town in general. Does anybody have any discussion on that, or is this something that we could move to an ordinance, or can we bake it into the first question somehow? That we will advertise for public input? Madam Solicitor, can we squeeze that in?
The other ones. I think it would have to be separate. They're two different.
Okay,
If you want it to be a charter.
yeah, I mean, personally, I don't see a problem with it. And let's see, let's get in the question form and we'll see what the count looks like.
Just a,
Go ahead.
not a question, but I mean, definitely, when you look at how it's set up, you got 7 people appointing, or 8 people appointing a commission, only asking really you to represent the body without getting feedback, where I remember when we did the Diamond Hill community thing, just to get the ball kind of rolling of what topics to discuss, that had to have that in place for future commissions and committees to sort of use as a guideline, knowing that it's your duty to do that, regardless on who's the mayor or who's the town council. It's almost like they would, if it's in the charter, they would have to abide by the request to at least for a meeting of public comment, or, you know, to get the word out there that you're having this meeting and you're looking for the feedback and see who.
Yeah, I would agree, Councilor Shaw. I mean, we talked about it, and there's not a lot of guidelines per se of how to conduct the business of the charter review. And I think this is one of those details where if we hadn't thought of it, you know, lives are too busy or whatever, and, you know, it wouldn't have gone out for any sort of solicitation for, of the general public. Whereas if it were baked in there, it's a known obligation of the committee. At some point, they have to advertise for public input and host the general public in a organized manner at a future charter review meeting. So I think it would be helpful in terms of orchestrating how this should go.
Okay. So if there's no further comment, is there any objection of making that advertisement component a part of the charter? Hearing none, I got a motion by Councilor Shaw, second. Second by Councilor Boyle. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? None. The motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Okay.
Okay, so part B of that, the charter review section, was really to help provide a consistent influence on the ongoing process. Currently, as it's defined, the Charter Review Commission does its work. It's called before the council. The council hears what they've done. They say, thank you for your service, and everybody goes home. And that's the end of the obligation, and any sort of helpful authority that might be provided by the Charter Review Commission. And I do want to thank the council president for inviting us to this workshop, which allowed us to explain a lot of things in much more detail. And this is what this second suggestion really speaks to. It's more of the ongoing involvement, having had conversations with the solicitor, you know, things when elections happen and, you know, after the ballots are counted, et cetera, could be a whole different cast of characters in town hall. They look at this that got dropped off 3 or 4 months ago by a committee like ours. They're not quite sure what was meant. You know, things could get lost in that sort of chaotic transition. So the ask in this particular case is to really present the recommendations to the council and really try to shepherd them through the entire process. So even if administrations change, there's still a voice of the Charter Review Commission involved with that to say, no, that's not what we meant, you know, and so things don't get either unintentionally or intentionally manipulated after the fact. So it was really a way to just sort of kind of mind the store across these transition situations that we know can and will happen. So it's it's to basically do that, working with the solicitor. Again, you know, we all have a good relationship there, so that was no problem this time around. But without that obligation, I could have gotten the Heisman from the solicitor and, hey, your involvement's done, go away, et cetera. So it was really a selfish ask here, because of the work that's put in and the thought that's put in, and to really represent that in the best interest of the town residents.
I wouldn't call it selfish for the work that you put into it, believe me. I saw it. Okay. Is any questions on this particular item?
Yeah, I've got a question. It's, brings up an interesting point. When we pass an ordinance, at some point that gets codified.
Yep.
Does anyone review it?
Well,
To
so
codify
for
the
your
new code?
ordinances, we're very clear about what's being added and what's being removed. So we send it to MuniCode and they can see the underline is new and the strikeout is old. Is anybody specifically reviewing their work? No, but I mean, if I have seen minor changes here and there, or minor errors here and there, and we'll call them and say, you did this wrong. That doesn't happen. That may have happened once or twice.
Because I can see how there could be an unintentional error, which could change the whole tone of the.
Yeah.
ordinance.
This is different though, because the voters are not going to see, they're not voting on a redlined change. They're voting on the question. And then again, someone, the solicitor, whoever the solicitor is at the time, has to interpret that question and make the changes. In this case, they provided us with a red line copy. So I know what the intention is. That hasn't happened in the past.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's not a perfect system. I was telling the chairman, earlier, there are changes in here that we can make because there were previous charter approvals that, you know, maybe it didn't really get, because I had to make the charter changes from from 2018. I was not the solicitor in 2018. I did not write the questions. But in 2019, I had to revise the charter. So, yeah, I mean, it's a problem. I'm a little concerned with the language that says the Charter Review Commission approves the language, because I don't know how that really can happen.
Yeah.
But I think having them participate and give input is not a bad thing.
So how would you address this situation?
I think we could, the question would be that the Charter Review Commission is not disbanded until the
Final review.
the amendments are codified. You know, something like that.
Okay. Is that,
Yeah.
Mr. Valeo, would that fulfill the committee's?
Yeah, and,
Objective, yeah.
and just to, I guess, further the explanation, you know, a lot of work is done here to provide red lines, summarize, try to be completely clear. The solicitor is going to do as good a job as she can to make this ballotable to the general public. It gets voted on, and then it comes back in, new administration, you know, they're looking at the little game of telephone tag that we have. And so now we've got what the voters sort of approved, and that may be aligned with what was discussed, but not really precisely that when it comes to actual changes. So in this case here, yes, you've got a couple documents to refer back to, but ultimately it's still on them to make that interpretation, provide those edits to the codification company and put that in. And I think a lot could get lost in that sort of progression of you know, re-describing things.
Sure.
To that point, Madam Solicitor, do we report to the council on charter review, the votes on the next meeting? Is there something that comes before the council? I don't remember, the 2018, following the election, and then all the votes are casted just for on record as far as the questions and the results of how the referendum questions were? And if not, should that also be part of the process if we're going to keep the committee active until, say, whenever until they're codified, that be also part of the process for the council to be made aware of the referendum, whether it be a new council or if it's a mid-term type thing. The present council, I think it helps both ways, to keep them in the forefront that those questions were brought up.
I mean, yes, you should be informed. I don't think that it's likely that you were not informed of the results in 2018. It's not a requirement.
Understood.
So.
I'm just asking,
I just
should it
worry
be?
about, like, the questions that I have to develop, to change the charter. The charter is meant to be just a broad umbrella. And that's why we keep talking about, should this be an ordinance or should this be a charter change? So.
I'm not trying to put another charter question on.
Oh, okay,
I'm using this time talking about the process
yeah,
to bring up one minor
Yes.
point of the results.
yeah,
If it has to be done, if it can be done by ordinance, I'm
Yes.
fine with that too.
it can be,
But because we have the committee here
Yeah.
before us and they put much thought into, where does it go after this, and that?
yes,
This is why I'm directing this specific question, which I'm okay with ordinance and not piling on more, but to add it to their thing and bringing up the point that if there is a new council here,
yeah,
that it would be nice for them to know, by the way, the voters also voted for XYZ and meet the commission that was an effective part of that from last year. No, just the whole process.
Yeah, no, I think it's an excellent idea. I mean, in theory, there could be 7 new counselors, a brand new mayor, a new solicitor, a new clerk. There could be an entirely new crew here. So I like the idea of having the Charter Review Commission remain in place until those codifications are made. Whether it should be done by charter or ordinance is where I have some conflict. Because we're putting a lot of we're putting a lot of detail in a document that is not intended for that. And hard to ask questions about. To get it right. Because this is all that matters. Like, when the state enacts legislation, there may, Mr. Chairman was talking about the intent. Doesn't matter what the intent was. It matters what the legislation says. Very rarely do you look at intent. You do sometimes, but that's,
And I understand that, and I think that once we get the questions as how the voters would see it versus like what the breakdown, the explanation, like that's what we need. And for the discussion so that you can come up with the questions. Once we get the questions down, then we'll be able to kind of get a better understanding what we're putting forth before the voters.
Mhm.
So,
and that's why I provided you with some examples, so you understand, they're supposed to be short, concise, and to the point.
we can scrutinize further with the questions versus trying to come up with the questions right now. Which you'll put together.
Yeah, I'm gonna put together questions, and that's what you're approving.
Okay, so after this discussion, and did Councilor do something?
Just one quick question. Is there a timeline for codification?
Well, they submit them to, is it MuniCode still, Jane? MuniCode? And then it depends. I don't know what their contract is with MuniCode. There are some communities that only codify once a year.
I see.
But so an ordinance that you see in clerk base, that's effective immediately.
Mhm.
The codification is for the public's use.
But the codification of the charter changes. So
Well,
that takes time, right? We
It-
know
it
that.
takes
It's
some
different.
time. I don't know how long. I mean, it could take a quarter, 3 months or so. It could take, I mean, like I said, some communities only send to MuniCode once a year.
Got it.
I don't
Thank
think
you.
we do that. I think we do it more often.
So they're asking, we want to keep the, committee in formation until that's done 3 months after the election.
Well, I would say until
Okay.
it's
Till
codified.
Just like it says.
I wouldn't put a date on it.
Okay. All right.
Because if the brand new solicitor comes in and doesn't know anything about it and figures it out in June, you know, again, the Charter Review Commission hopefully will remind that person, but
Give that to Tim. That's Tim's job.
mm,
Okay, so with that said, is there a recommendation? I heard maybe by ordinance, but I think we want this in the charter or by ordinance, you think?
I mean, it's up to you.
It can go either way?
Well, it clearly can be an ordinance.
Should it be merged with the first one? Can it be just merged as one process as far as the duties of the Charter Review Commission? To
The
one question?
duties, or do you mean the advertising?
Yeah, well, just what they shall or may do. Just put it all into one thing. No one's gonna, I don't think anyone's gonna have a problem with that. There's gonna be more transparency, or there's gonna be more accountability. Where it could just be put forth there, where we don't have to do an ordinance and just simply just add it to the advertising. They may advertise and be.
Well, I'm putting they
remain
shall,
active until it's codified, like that's.
yeah. Yep, that, I mean, a simple question like that would work.
Okay, so we'll make it a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so, motion by Counselor Shaw. Do we have a second? Second by Counselor Bolio. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The, motion to make that a question passes by a vote of 6-0. Okay. Mr. Chairman, we're skipping the next one, right? Is that fire? We already addressed
Yep,
that?
We'd already covered that one, so that leaves us on the last page. A little bit of a catch-all cleanup items. I think the best way to handle this is just for me to kind of read through quickly.
Go ahead.
So in the first item, this was a request regarding the absence or disability. And it says the mayor shall designate the council president. It says the mayor may designate the council
Yeah.
president or president tempore if the council president is unable to serve as acting mayor. So the idea here is that if there is some sort of absence or disability, rather than a may, turn that into a shall, just so that the town has a mayor, should the current mayor become incapacitated or.
No,
disabled.
Thank you. When I came down to testify this, obviously, for the simple reason, I think if something did happen, and God forbid for any mayor in the future, whenever, the last thing we want is a political scramble.
Right.
And I think this eliminates it. I don't know what the thought process was way back then, but all I can imagine is maybe the mayor didn't get around with the council and he wanted to pick who he wanted. Matter of fact, I think when I started, in the police, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Solicitor, I think at one time the mayor left and he named the finance director who's not even elected.
Mm.
So I think this was a clean thing and there's always going to be someone in charge if something happens.
Well, oh, go ahead.
What if the mayor is incapacitated and cannot, says the mayor shall designate, what if the mayor is in
Well-
coma or something?
Yeah, so the current language, which is not proposed to be crossed off, is in the event or failure, in case of incapacitation, of the mayor to make the designation, the council by majority vote may appoint one of its members to perform the duties of the mayor. So I mean, you'd have to take out that. So if the mayor, you know, if the mayor does, I think it was intended to be may, with the idea that if the mayor doesn't act for whatever reason or can't act, then the council
Right.
makes the designation.
Which leads to a political scramble.
Well,
Well,
it says it after, in the event or failure of the mayor.
No offense to you, Mr. President, but.
Oh, no, not
but
at all. I could
I don't
care.
see any problem with that language. I mean,
Yeah, I could
yeah,
care
I
less.
think it would be you, but.
Yeah.
But I don't see any
Wouldn't- I
problem
don't
with, there would be somebody running the show. It would just be by council vote. So you'd have to take that language out if you wanted it to
Right.
only be the council president.
What do you think?
Well, if it's only the council president, there's no question.
Right.
As it sits now, it would be the council member, and you have to vote on that person, like you said. In all probability, it's probably you, the council president, who that, ever that is, but what if you decide that that's not who you want, you know what I mean? Now.
That would be up to you. Yeah. And it is,
Comes down to that.
it is a political
Yeah.
question. It is. I mean, just say it. It is.
The president and the mayor could have gotten into a horrific car accident going to a union meeting and they're
Mhm.
both gone. So I mean, like,
Then it's,
so then does it go to pro temp automatically in a
Yes,
case like
it
that?
goes to
when
pro
it said that,
temp.
right? So like, so I don't know, but I like the may if it gives it more flexibility to the situation and 99% of the time, it probably will fall on the president anyways in a vote typically, I would think, but you just never know.
yeah, you just never know. I just think, again, I stated, I just think in a time that there could be a little bit of a mess. It's nice to know the town's going without having to get everybody in a room to a vote, but like I said, it's up to the body.
Yeah, again, no,
Wait.
I'm not taking a side.
Oh,
I'm
no,
just
no,
saying
no.
there is a mechanism to have someone in charge.
Any discussion? So do you want to take a vote on that, or it would, so if it's approved, we're just changing that word to shall, we have to strike the other section of.
Yeah, but that has to be its own question, because that's a big difference than
Yeah.
what's here now.
Okay.
And I think, I mean, the remaining language, I mean, is there more to it? What if the mayor, the council president, and the vice president are
Then
at a
it-
party and they,
Then it becomes a majority, then it's the third prong is the vote of the council.
well, it would be in the event of failure.
Yeah, by the time we're,
I
time
guess.
voting, we got a new election. What do you think?
I wonder if there's not clear consensus, maybe it should be just,
Gentlemen,
if
please.
if there's not clear consensus, maybe it should be just reviewed because there is a lot of detail in there.
Yeah, let's, you want to move this
Just
to to a review?
Yeah, well, I'll draft a question and then you can decide what you want to do.
Okay, so at least should we, then if you're gonna draft the question, should we vote on the question or no?
You don't, you
Okay.
really don't have to vote on anything.
Just draft it, we'll take a look at it, we'll move on. Mr. Chairman, next.
Okay, next one's 409D. It relates to council procedure. And basically, there's a requirement for 4 members to be able to enact or amend ordinances. And the ask was to include resolutions as well. So currently, like 4 members represents a majority, obviously. And I think the thought there is that without the affirmative vote, you could pass a resolution on a 3-1 while you have a council quorum, but not enough of a, to really have a majority vote as required as the ordinance. So it's just to basically make the resolutions similarly treated.
So in the event that you only have 4 councilors here on any given Wednesday night, you can still pass them a resolution.
Yes, but it would need to be unanimous.
Which we can,
No, it was not.
it's gotta be that anyway.
Yeah, so currently, an affirmative vote of 4 members shall be required for all actions taken by the council to enact or amend ordinances. And that requirement isn't there for resolutions.
right now.
So just to be clear, I think that you follow the 4 persons are needed to pass a resolution, but it's not in the charter. And I think, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it was you or me that found this, but I was actually surprised that it doesn't say it. Your practice is to require 4 votes, but this is one of those things that it would make sense to add that.
I agree. Mr. Mativia.
Does that mean we would need a roll call for all the, ordinances as well? I mean, the resolutions?
No, a roll call is taken
Just roll.
on, well,
That would have to be changed too, right?
no, it just
Oh, no, it
says
says any
on
ordinance.
ordinances
Okay,
shall be
okay.
roll calls.
Thank you.
Okay. Any
It's, that's a cleanup, but I think it's an important one.
on cleanup? Then we will ask for a question.
Yeah.
So with no further discussion, we'll ask for a a charter amendment question for that particular item. Do I have a motion by Counselor Shaw, second by Counselor Foley? All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none. Mr. Chairman, next.
All right, next section is 1201D.
6-0.
1201D. Hopefully my mic's on here. So in the police department chapter, if that's the right term, there's an allowance to appoint special policemen for occasional services and for limited terms that will serve at the pleasure of the chief of police. And it just struck the commission as a little bit maybe outdated because we
That's an
don't really,
understatement, Mr.
we don't have the need for posses very often, et cetera. So it was our recommendation to take that out, but it's up to you folks.
Mr. President, I do believe though that the chief isn't he hiring or wants to hire retired police
Yeah.
officers for details?
And I believe it just passed his muster and he sent out an email to the retired guys.
Yeah,
So I don't know if they're considered specials, because when this was written, the specials, they actually, I think, carried guns. And they stopped doing that because of the liability, issue. But, it's a good
yeah,
question.
he didn't have enough.
Are those guys considered specials? I don't know.
Yeah, I would wonder if just the hiring practices of a temporary or part-time person is allowed, given he's got the budget for it, obviously, to bring somebody in to do what have you. This seems to speak more to a group of folks really kind of serving at the pleasure.
Yeah, which it was. I mean, and they
Yeah.
did a good service for parades and stuff for us back then. But, they didn't get the training that at least the guys that are taking these traffic jobs now been through the police academy and have the use of force training.
Right.
The ones that went through, most of them probably not.
Right. Where this does not require any sort of training, yet they could be in a position to really be implementing police activities.
If we strike this, what the chief has done with retired guys, should that have come in front of us? I just don't know.
I don't know if he's done it yet or if
Yeah.
he's thinking about doing it.
I-
But I would say, I mean, I don't know what special policemen are, but he's hiring people. And if you're not, I mean, that would take away that right. I know you all know
Yeah,
what this maybe means, but I don't know. I mean, special policemen.
So
details.
can we hold this item for the?
yeah, why don't we get the chief side of it? We'll
Yeah.
hold this. Timmy, excuse me.
Yeah, and
Oh, that's him.
You may, be a former policeman, working as a detail officer, you don't work for the town, you get a 1099, right?
Right, and I'd have to double check it. It's been 11 years, Steve, but you got a good
Well,
point.
This doesn't say contract versus employee. It just says.
Just a special, so we don't know the
It's not-
definition.
well, and it actually used the word appoint as well. So it just has this air of sort of anointment as opposed to I'm hiring you for a detail.
You're absolutely right, it does. But we'll pass this on to you, madam, for a little closer look with the chief that, or at least maybe we can get the chief down at another meeting to
Okay.
explain.
Mhm.
Okay,
Another one regarding section 1203, animal control. It declares that it shall be a division within the Cumberland Police Department. And I think this was brought up, given that we have on occasion outsourced that to other towns, et cetera. And the question really comes down to, to change it from shall to may. So it could certainly fall under the police department,
Yeah.
but if it's not within our police department, should it really answer to them?
if I'm not mistaken, he still is a Cumberland employee,
Yeah,
right?
there's, at least two communities and they each have their own animal control
Right.
officer.
And,
That is supervised by the chief of police.
and unless I'm missing, I mean, is there any comment? I mean, my own opinion, he still should report to somebody. So I don't see a problem with it remaining under the chief of police, but again, I'm open to,
Yeah, like,
thank you.
Mr. President, so doesn't, the police department provide the oversight for the animal control?
Right now,
division?
it
That's
does.
what it is. Didn't we just have to approve it through the chief's budget? I wasn't sure on the new vehicle for animal control last year.
Yeah.
So was that through the police department's budget
Mhm.
also?
The mayor's not- I can't remember the line. item.
Budgeting and who's supervising are,
Well,
could be. two
no,
different
but when
things.
they bought that vehicle for animal control, was it? I think the chief came in and came through his, I can't
I'm
remember.
sorry, Mr. King.
It was not. So they just provide the oversight.
Yeah.
So if there's an issue or whatever, somebody calls it out. Okay.
All right, on this particular item, does anybody have any questions or clarification? I'm gonna, okay, I'll take a motion to approve, just to move it along. To see if we're gonna approve. Second by Council Bolio. Your first was Council McGill. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? I'm opposed. Please. To what, to?
Remove it,
Yeah, I want to leave them under the,
But let's say you remove it, just say it may rather than shall.
right, I want to keep them there.
Just say it doesn't have to be there.
Oh, this is have to be there.
It's may.
Just
Alright,
may
sorry.
rather than.
Thanks for the
I'm just gonna-
clarification.
Yeah, no problem, we should be, we're going on 4 hours.
Then
Okay,
I'm for it.
okay, for it, go ahead, Timmy. Did you vote? Okay, 4-4, so, that, the question will pass by a vote of 5-1. I was the nay vote. Next,
Okay, next section, 1607. This relates to the Parks and Recs. This rather nit, and maybe this is an ordinance item, but it states ball fields. And we have a lot of athletic fields in town used for all sorts of different events and
Yeah.
whatnot. And so it's just a small wording tune-up,
is that worth a question?
miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous or them together,
These are all questions.
Oh.
Yeah,
I thought we were gonna have like a,
although I think it's a great housekeeping, I think
what
that,
happened to question? It says, shall the town of Cumberland make several amendments to section blah, 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 to clarify language? I thought we were gonna combine them, no? Only if they're in the same section you can. Is that the last question that you wrote on the packet? Well, it's not the last one, actually, it's on page of.
probably didn't get in, it probably did get codified. No, it's not worth the fight.
Changing the name of the field? Changing the name of the field? The
Name?
name of the field to ball field to athletic field. Yeah, that's the one that we're on.
But do we want to put a question out? Yeah, isn't it self-explanatory? A field is a ball field or under recreation? I know we got Mercy Woods and that could be the field, but
And I'd offer,
no, we,
Will you replace he, she with they, or do you have to go, everything has to be a vote?
I'm sorry?
There's no general maintenance to changing the car? So this would be, wouldn't that just follow the wording?
just sort of like a an update.
But, Councilman Timmy was asking if every single one of these is miscellaneous.
Okay.
and they're not.
So we can move this, I'm sorry, Council Bolio. Oh, so we can move this to make that small change from field to ball fields? Or all-purpose field, is that a better?
I think that was the term athletic fields was the suggested, right?
That was a suggestion.
Yeah, I think multi-purpose field is not a definitive thing. I think athletic
Athletic field is better?
More, yeah, because
Okay.
at any given time, whatever the sport is, baseball is baseball. So athletic field, they make it. Multi-purpose means you can use it for anything. Can't use a baseball field for soccer. So, or lacrosse.
All right, so are we gonna move on to make that small change under the miscellaneous? Motion? Motion by Counselor Schmidt,
Second.
second by Counselor Mativia. All in favor, say aye. Aye. There will be a question. Thank you. Next. Oh,
Okay, so
sorry.
the next one involves the Historic District Commission. And this was kind of part of combing through and looking for who potentially should be qualified electors, which I believe we're not pursuing at this point. But it just was an oddity in all of the different commissions and boards where basically the president of the council fills all of them. And it just seemed like a little heavy-handed there. So the suggestion was to basically say the town council does those appointments.
I would agree.
Yeah.
It's always good when we got four ayes rather than one, four pairs. So we want to make that a question. Okay, second, by Counselor Bolio. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-0.
Okay. The last one here on the list, if we go to the police section 1201. So 1201 section A, there was a change made at one point to provide more consistent employment opportunities. Back when the mayor had a 2-year term, they serve at the pleasure of the police chief serves at the pleasure of the mayor. So the police chief, if hired, is potentially signing up for a 2-year stint and crossing their fingers that the guy gets reelected or what have you. So there was a change made a few charter reviews ago to basically allow for an employment contract. And the way it reads currently, it says, the mayor and the council shall have authority to enter into a written employment agreement with the police chief not to exceed 3 years in duration with the possibility of an additional 3-year extension. So if you think about what that says, it says they can enter into a contract for 3 years and they can do an 3-year extension, a single extension. So potentially that's a 6-year maximum, which I don't think was the intent. And to potentially bind the hands of somebody who might be doing a great job as a chief and you want to continue on, you may want to do an additional contract of an additional length there. So the thought there was to remove the word "and." So basically it says not to exceed 3 years in duration with the possibility of additional 3-year extensions. It just allows for the possibility of more than one extension. It just was a small language tweak there. And then by extension, the EMS has a similar description in section 1901. So this was, being done for consistency sake, is really to mirror that particular language that was, 98% correct in the police one, and then mirror that here because it was worded a little bit differently, but not in any substantial way, but just to make it consistent. And then we went ahead and used that same language when referring to the new fire chief and their ability to potentially get a contract as well. So just
So if I understand the premise is, it's, right now the mayor can go into a 3-year contract with an option for another. We just want to make sure there may be an option for a second or third.
a second addition
Okay.
or third extension.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just refer this one to you. Is that okay? You'll draft it? Okay.
Point on that, you probably only included those two because those are the only ones that allow contracts. Right. I think, didn't we enter into a contract with the water superintendent at one time, Bob? This. So should we include that person?
Good catch.
I think that was Chris Champy, but he left, so I don't know if we ever entered into another one.
Some are easy to replace.
That's interesting. I don't think there's a water department section in our charter.
Yeah.
Feeling parched.
Let it be.
So we've passed that on to the solicitor. Are we at the, is that the last one, Mr. Chair? We're good?
Yes, sir.
No? I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead, we got a question. Go ahead.
So we're gonna be meeting again, right? Mr. President, we're gonna be meeting again about the charter, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it was pretty much at the end of their process that I started thinking about the planning board and the appointments, which is done differently than the other ones. And 5 appointments are made by the mayor. And with the new law, the planning department now has a lot of power, a lot of it not even coming to us. Now they are 3-year terms and they're alternating. But like right now, the mayor, all of his appointments are from him. He just reappointed them, so this has nothing to do with him. But I'm just thinking if we get a rogue mayor, appoints the planning department and more than half of the planning board, that might be something that we might want to think about.
Okay.
So just so you know on that, there's pending legislation that may allow communities to combine the planning and zoning boards. So, I mean, we'll know that if that passes by, before June 30th, probably before
Okay.
that.
So we just set up
So,
something from
well,
scratch?
because, maybe you do something else. If you, I don't know if you want to combine them, but you may have the opportunity to do that, and then you'd have another question. maybe.
And we have plenty of time.
Well, yeah,
We have time.
yeah, we have time.
Thank you.
Are you gonna work on getting that drafted? So we can at least read something similar to that?
What's that?
Oh, are you gonna draft something together for that, or you just gonna,
For what?
for that question that he just asked about?
Well.
Well, we'd
no,
have to come up with a
think-
recommendation.
I think what I would suggest is that you wait to see if this
Okay,
law
so-
passed and decide if you want to combine the planning and zoning boards. And then you could decide how you're going to appoint the members.
Gotcha.
So,
Thank you.
okay.
Council President, if I may, one more element just about the advertising. I did bring an example that was found by one of the other members about a pretty extensive write-up in the paper. This goes back to 2002, when the charter changes were happening then. And there was a pretty good explanation of each and every one. And this particular, it says continue next page, and I don't know what the next page had, but right at the bottom there, it says question 22. So there has been a precedent for.
Well,
a
we're
fair
probably
number
gonna
of
be pushing that,
questions.
so.
And you had to show up in the voting booth to actually exercise your right then. Anyway, thank you.
No, thank you for you did. Before I want to get down to public comment. Madam Clerk, is anybody joining us? Oh, okay. Well, welcome, Mr. Bolio.
Double dipping.
Does that person, that person Okay. All right. With that said, I'll save it the last for comments from the council. Counselor, sure.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Real quick, as someone who sat through presentation in 2018 from the last Charter Review Commission, I wanted to really thank you for your patience, your presentation, doing it this way, night and day, at no fault really of anybody back then, because there, like you had stated before, there is no process through this, right? We were just given the revisions. We pretty much had our own sort of discussion, and then when we had a question, the chair like kind of stood up and came to the podium, right? And did that. I really appreciated this way and the work, and it actually, you know, reflected in the amount of questions and then the stuff that you guys that did. So, appreciate you, and make sure you stick around till everything's codified, right? So, thanks.
On the next one.
We wouldn't have got this detailed and dedication if we did it like we could. So I think for the amount of changes, this was the right path. And again, I thank you very much. That said, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Second.
A motion by Counselor Mativia, second by Counselor Bolio. All in favor to adjourn, say aye. Opposed? We are adjourned at 9:46. 9:46, Madam Clerk.